So, I actually made a list of things we're gonna do to help keep this moving. So we are going to go to the update page to see what's up with our friend Penny, who created the website. We'll get back to whatever's going on up here later, though. Let's see. An invitation. Hello, everyone. Penny M here. Last update, I hinted that I was in some big talks with big people for big surprises for you all. In this update, I am finally ready to share with you all what those big things were. I don't feel like there's anything I can say that can sum up just how big an opportunity. Oh, wait. Bleh. You are formally invited to the Dorothy Dew collection by the Mass Foundation. The Mass Foundation has, for years, carefully and meticulously dedicated itself to collecting and archiving the works of Barbara Massey and educating the public on her legacy. We are greatly impressed by your dedication to archival work concerning the Dorothy Dew Show and would love to assist you in your project. Sincerely, the Mass Foundation. Hi, Romeo. I don't feel like there's anything I can say that can sum up just how big an opportunity this is, so I will let this letter speak for itself. However, as I communicated with the Mass Foundation ahead of my visit, I was thrilled to be offered a sponsorship for this update. That's right, our very first sponsor. In collaboration with the Mass Foundation, I am thrilled to present to you a very Dorothy Dew centered lineup of articles curated with the assistance of the Mass Foundation's years of research and a large gallery of show artifacts. Expect to see an article regarding my visit to the Dorothy Dew exhibit sometime in the near future as well. I wrote so much for this update. I'm excited for you all to see the fun information I gathered together. As for how my life is going, things are on the up and up. I've had more time to work on the website as well as work on my own art endeavors, as well as meet many new people, like the wonderful members of the Mass Foundation. Emma has been showing me around the city ever since I moved in with her, and I'm really thrilled to call this place my first real home. I even got to go to an art museum with her, and the kinds of things people can do with art these days is amazing. It's really amazing. I saw art made by converting the image to code and sound, and I'll be honest, I've never heard of a spectrograph before. The noise did hurt my ears a bit, but the image was beautiful regardless. As for news in the country, well, it was the first day of remembrance for Anthony Burroughs, so I took a week to mourn and rode the ruby red line to please some flowers. I should make an article on that too, but I've been waiting for things to settle. Regardless, without him, the website would not exist safely, and we wouldn't be seeing this resurgence in fan culture and artistic preservation that's been taking off the past few years. The world's still rough, but it's a less miserable place lately. As for the art this update, been a bit burnt out. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, are we still live? Um, are we still live? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you all hear me? Hello? Are you all there? Hello? Okay, hi. Okay. Um, Okay, sorry about that. No, who all's still here? Sorry, let me double check. Okay, thank God. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry. The connection's usually okay from the plate room I'm streaming in, but, you know. Now, where was I? Yeah, the noise did hurt my ears a bit, but the image was beautiful regardless. As for news in the country, well, it was the first day of remembrance for Anthony Burrow, so I took a week to mourn and rode the ruby red line to place some flowers. I should make an article on that too, but I've been waiting for things to settle. Regardless, without him, this website would not exist safely, and we wouldn't be seeing this resurgence in fan culture and artistic preservation that's been taking off the past 2 years. The world's still rough, but it's a less miserable place lately. As for the art this update, been a bit burnt out again, my apologies. I'm sure I'll get back to drawing soon. Oh, I also wanted to announce a new thing I'm doing this update, as the site has grown very large at this point. A glossary of articles included in this update. So this is something the team and I are going to be trying out for the rest of the website run. As we update, more puzzles get added, and especially for newcomers, it can get a bit confusing to know how far they need to be searching across the archives. Um, so with the system, we will be listing most of the pages that you should be exploring to be finding secrets this update. There will be a couple that aren't are left out just to keep that element of mystery and that are kind of self-explanatory in how to discover them. Um, but I'm also envisioning that, say, if we get to a point where we update an old article, Penny will include that update in the blog too. She'll go, "We updated the Maisie article on Halloween," for example, and I hope that will help prevent people from getting super lost. Now, we're going to click on this, and if you've been here for a while, this page might have a familiar URL. It's the URL to Penny's secret blog page. Because as we learned last update, this website used to be Penny's personal blog that she repurposed into the creative archives. And she didn't delete her secret stuff that she still uses. Apparently, she's figured out that someone's been looking, or she just practices good password safety because she updated the password again, and we're going to have to find that password. In fact, it's going to be one of the last things we discover this update. But before then, I think there's a couple of friends we should be looking at because we got a couple more submissions to the Imaginarium. Isn't this nice? These are all fan submissions, by the way. They're not lore relevant. Um, and that's also why we won't be including any usernames. I don't want them to be bothered by people who are trying to find stuff. But first of all, Belliup is a member of the Pendog team and helped make this page. Um, he submitted some of the very first, ignore that, he submitted some of the very first imaginary friend drawings. Penny links his blog here. Oh, it's password protected. More on that in a bit. So, you all want to find secrets? I'll show you how to find secrets. My policy on the Imaginarium is as long as you create them in earnest and it isn't, this is my horror movie imaginary friend, guy with a knife who stands in a drawing with my parents and it says, Mommy and Daddy can't see the imaginary Hat Man. As long as your submission isn't that, there's a good chance I'll accept it into the art into the Imaginarium. Yes, no Slender. So, these dots haven't always been here. It looks like someone has made their way onto the archives. How? Well, I can't say why, but images do tend to drift across the internet. Now, we're gonna go to the bottom of the page. Oh, well, this doesn't look like a normal submission to the Imaginarium. Um, in fact, I'd even say this isn't an imaginary friend at all. We'll come back to this image. So, first of all, you can use inspect element to remove images and find stuff. If you're going super hardcore, I'm in the mines with this. But another thing you can do is hit tab. Well, not for this one. Sorry. Okay, not for this page, apparently. Um, but right click Inspect element. I'm having menu blindness. Just a moment. Oh, there, right there. You're going to go right up here, select an element on the page to inspect it. Click this image, delete, 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 delete. This will keep us company while we explore the page. Some of them are or I keep accidentally hitting the same button because I have the memory of a less than a rodent, so that's why I keep closing them. Well, the music is called Loud Footsteps, so I imagine that must be our Molly roaming about. So, first of all, fun behind the scenes fact is that this isn't brick. If you're kind of looking at this image and thinking, wow, that's a really weird arch, brick arch to have in a residential area. Um, that isn't brick. That's wallpaper. That is just brick wallpaper. um, and I don't know why, but somehow that makes everything about this a little bit worse. And I can't explain it. It just feels very wrong. Now, we got a clue. It's like Blue's Clues. We got a clue. Oh, so we have a couple of dots. And some are pink, some are red. But what's important is these arrows. 6 columns, 4 lines. So, 1, 2, 3. Well, we have 3 pink dots along the top. We have 2 going down, 2 going down again, we have 3 across, and then, nope, we have 3 down. And that's the answer to that puzzle. So, the password was 32233. So, I wonder why our friend Belliup, we know Belliup. Um, he's not been having a good time. He moved back into his hometown. Yes, 32233. He moved back into his hometown. He went to a party where he dressed up as a clown because he thought it was a costume party. He got laughed at. He moved back in with his parents. Things generally haven't been going well for this guy. So, this was his last message. And he's been feeling very alone. So, this update's all about invitations, and we'll get a bit of Jane wisdom later. But can loneliness be an invitation to something that's not human? I think so. I think it can be a very big invitation. I'm back! Hi everyone! Clown emote. Things are going well. Today feels brighter, like a cloud has been lifted from my life. I think it's because I made a new friend. She's so nice and friendly. She's a way nicer friend than Danny ever was. She actually listens, not the blank, staring kind of listening, but she's engaged with the topic. She has actual questions and actual inputs. I showed her my blog, and she really liked my posts. She said I was very creative, pouring my heart out like that. She wanted to see the drawings made of my imaginary friends. I lamented that I didn't have any newer doodles to show her, but she didn't mind. She said I'm the most creative person she's ever met. I'm going to be putting the effort into maintaining this friendship, no matter what. Hanging out with my new friends. Hi, blog. I've been talking to my new friend for hours about all sorts of stuff, like my art, life, what I hope to do. I've also been showing off various places now, the very few interesting places there are, at least. I did feel people were giving us weird looks. I think people have been gossiping about the clown outfit I wore to Danny's party. My friend did comfort me, though. She whispered in my ear and told me that they just don't understand how special and creative I am. She even told me a rude joke that was so funny, but I dare not write. She said that Danny is a bad friend for not sticking up like me like that. She said that if I ever had a birthday party, I would want all my guests to be dressed like clowns. Anyways, catch up with you folks later, clowny face. A close call. This is me, if you even care. We went fishing today. Sadly, no bites, but it was just a nice time to talk. We have particularly been inseparable, haha. I don't know what I would have done without her. She doesn't have a place to stay, so I've been sneaking her into my room. I made her a little bed in my closet. I don't want to write this down because I'm scared my parents might find this blog one day. But my friend said it was okay to tell you guys. That will make this blog more exciting and personal. I'm just worried they'll find out and flip the heck out, or worse, throw her out onto the streets. Though my friend told me she has been very good at being very quiet. She's very good at being invisible, which is true. My parents barged into the rooms while she was hiding in the closet. That was the most terrifying experience, trying not to stare at the closet while they were talking to me, all while seeing her pink eyes peeking out, glinting in the dark. We had a laugh about it after they left. She even said I was very brave and gave me a big hug. Made me want to cry, honestly. Perhaps when I have enough money or get a better paying job, we can move out and get a place of our own. Well, if you look at his bio, Belliup does go by he/they, so I always saw him as non-binary, so the fears aren't unfounded. Was out and about with my friend today, talking in the countryside, taking in the countryside. I have been enjoying walking around with her. It's been nice having someone in person to fully open up to, and even hug when things feel all too much. I don't want to make you guys jealous. It's just nice having someone that I can fully vent to without having to hold back, worried that I'll push them away. I really do love her polka dot jumper. It really suits her clowny face. It is odd. There doesn't seem to be as many animals recently. There used to be a very large stray cat problem. I used to leave out milk for an old tabby. I called him Sergeant Pepper. I hope to introduce him to my friends, but he hasn't shown up in a few days. I know I couldn't really pet him due to my allergies, but he was nice to watch. My friend said not to worry, that he must have moved on to a better place. Family issues. I feel like moving back in with my parents makes me a failure. My parents sure do make me feel that at least, even though they were the ones who felt I couldn't cope in the real world. Now that I'm here, they are treating me like I'm some kind of parasite, leeching off their goodwill. Makes I tried to keep my personal life off this blog, but I don't care anymore. Worries about venting. It is better to feel trapped in a place with a friend than to be trapped alone. That's how I've been feeling recently, living in this horrible little town. I feel like I am constantly complaining to my friend about everything, really. About how my life would have been better if I didn't move back here, or didn't let people walk all over me. I complain so much that sometimes I fear my new friend will get tired of it, that she will leave my life as quickly as she entered it. My friend has assumed that this is not the case, that she will never leave like my old friends. Her orange hair was flowing nicely in the wind. She always knows how to make me feel better, though I wish I could do the same with her. I suspect she hasn't had the best of times. I haven't talked to her about this. I feel like it's not my place to force her to tell me her life story. Instead, I just make sure to hug her extra tight to comfort both our sadness in a non-verbal way. You don't know that. Molly Molly is a good friend. She's a very nice, sweet bunny who has never done anything wrong in her life that she can remember. A good find. I'm sorry this blog has become more of a place where I ramble about what I do with my friend now, rather than a place where I show off art. Regardless, I got something neat lately, so let me set the scene. I was heading to the store to refill my allergy meds. Nose has been runny lately. When I spotted a small TV with an inbuilt VHS player just sitting in the window of the charity shop. It was going for cheap, so I decided to buy it with this week's paycheck. Totally worth it. Perhaps I can grab some VHS tapes and have a movie night with my friend. Smiley face. In other news, I've heard recently that Danny has gone missing. He was never a good friend, so I don't feel particularly bad. I know that might sound cold, but it's how I feel. Haven't even seen him since the party. Anyway, that's all for now. Talk to you guys later. I hope it's okay that I'm taking a short break between each blog just to rest my throat. Um, I'm still here even if I'm not talking. I worry that when I don't talk, people think I'm not here. So, movie night with friends. Hoi guys, clown emote. Update on the TV. Managed to set it up in my bedroom. It was pretty heavy to carry it up the stairs, but I think it was worth it. I also got some cheap horror movies on a VHS tape, the old black and white classics. Thank you, Alma Chromatic. I'll keep that in mind. I'm not that much on I'm not that much of a horror enjoyer. I just felt it would be cool to watch something while sharing a bowl of popcorn, since that's what I feel friends usually do. Needless to say, I spent half of the time covering my eyes. My friend did comfort me and tell me when the really scary bits were over. I'm glad she enjoyed it, though I didn't expect her to like that kind of stuff. Misspoke. It was raining today, so my friend and I decided to stay in my room and play board games. It's nice and comforting to hear the patter of rain on my window while we are all warm inside. It gives me a brief memory of childhood when I used to play with my imaginary friends. How I would hold slumber parties and wordless conversations with them. I even remember when I played spin the bottle with them. I offhandedly say how silly I was when I was a child, so desperate for friends I made them up. I smile at her like an idiot, expecting her to laugh along with me. However, she doesn't laugh. My friend says that imaginary or not, the love I had for my fictional friends was real and tangible. Just because I can't see it doesn't mean it was fake. I fear I have upset her. I apologize for my cruel and unfeeling behavior. That she is quite right about how love is important and real no matter who you're sharing it with. She accepts my apology and we make up. Though I still feel the guilt in the pit of my stomach wallow. I feel like I am not better than my own parents, than the people who live in this town. Frowny face. Hello again! So we decided to have a picnic today since the weather was good. Gathered stuff from the fridge, chips, sandwiches, and some diet soda. We found a nice clearing in the woods and just sat and talked. I felt we cleared things up. I explained that I was never really good at being social. She was very understanding, and we both had a good cry together. It was odd though, I couldn't hear any birds. I woke up last night and my friend was watching Static on the TV. She's so silly sometimes. I joined her for a bit. Weird last post. Can't really remember what happened last night. Don't even remember what the last post is referring to. I tried asking my friend about it, but she doesn't remember anything like that happening last night. In other news, I wanted to share some cool music that has helped me through some rough times, though I don't think she liked it. She got very agitated and shouted at me to turn it off. I never saw her that angry before. She did say sorry for scaring me like that. She explained it's some sort of medical condition. I'm just glad my folks were out that day. Anyway, I'm going to make some lunch for her to make it up to her. Hi, folks. Man, my nose has been running for the past couple of days. It's awful. I don't think I'm sick or anything. It's probably my allergies playing up. It's worse than hanging out in my room. Sometimes it gets to the point that I need to stick my head out of a window. I did find something. I did find a strand of something in my bed. It was very small and looked like fur. At least I think it was fur. It just has an odd color to it. Anyway, that's all for now. An update for my last post. It's definitely strange fur that's making my allergies flare up. I found more of it in my room. Found a large clump of it just under my bed. I think it's animal fur, but it has an odd color to it. We were on one of our forest strolls when my friend suddenly stopped. For a second, I was worried she'd sprained her ankle, but no. She was just completely motionless, staring blankly ahead of her. I followed her gaze, but she wasn't looking at anything, just thin air. However, the way she looked troubled me. Her stare. Oh, sorry. Are we back? Hello, are we back? Thanks, OBS. Really cool OBS. Can you all hear me? Hello? Hey, can you guys hear me? Um, just before I start reading again. Are we back? Hello? Okay, thank you. Thanks for not making any jokes, by the way, because when this happens, I'm kind of usually panicking. I'm like, oh god, oh fuck, we're so done. It's so over. I'm not calmly reconnecting the stream. I'm panicking usually. Okay. Let me see. It almost felt like something there looming over us, ready to pounce. Then the atmosphere changed, like something backed off, and then she was back to normal. I was going to ask my friend, but I didn't. I know it's bad not to be open about this kind of stuff, but I just want to forget that even happened. That me even speaking it out loud makes it real. It must be my allergies. Messing with my head somehow. Anyways, until next time, guys. Also, if you're reading this, I'm sorry I wasn't brave enough to speak to you about this in front of you. It's been pouring all day. The first situation is even worse. I keep finding hair all over the house, in the kitchen, the living room, the bathroom. I have to wear a mask. It's so bad. I've had to buy even more medicine to cope. Well, out on one of these rounds, I saw they have been putting up missing posters for Danny now. I guess he's been gone that long now. The photo they used of him was smiling and happy. I'm glad he's gone. Bye for now! Hi guys, sorry for not updating as much. My new friend is asking me to stop posting so much and spend more time with her. I don't know when I'll be back, but I'll see you all on the flip side. Wish me and my friend luck. Smiley. Well, that was a fun little trip. I don't know. He said he was spending more time with his friend. That's a good thing. Spend time with friend all the time. No time for anything else. Just spend time with friends. Friendship go up forever. So we're gonna look through the Telica materials first, and I mean there is something sinister with Molly. Um, like it'd be reductive to say that she's abuse, but she is a perversion of friendship. Um, even the part where she's like telling Rebelliup's like she told me a rude joke that I wouldn't even dare repeat. I don't there's something gross about her. Um, a very casual overstepping of boundaries. And manipulation. I don't know if I'd go as far to say as like grooming, like social grooming, not that other kind of grooming, but yeah. So Salem, my partner, made this. Yeah, was you're right. Like, deep down that that person is bad, but you don't have anyone else. That's like the only friend you have in a very insulated community where you don't get a lot of options on who your friend is. You kind of just have to take who you can get, and sometimes that's the absolute worst. So, my partner Salem made this. And that you're absolutely right, Sushi. They are all of these things. Greetings from New York, World's Fair, 1964 to 1965. Come and meet the electrical man from everywhere, Telelectric, up close and personal at the Telectrica Innovations Pavilion to witness the future of electricity today. Distributed to potential investors by Telectrica Innovations, these pamphlets were part of an effort to raise additional funds and revenue for the upcoming World Fair. As you might know, the 1965 World Fair was hosted in New York, in large part thanks to Telectrica Innovations, who provided much of the electrical power for the expo. Being the most prominent engineering and electrical company in the United States, they were an immediate choice for presenting other countries with a shining slice of American innovations. In these materials, you can see Telly, proud and confident as ever, enthusiastically selling investors at the World Fair, and even being accompanied by a small band of electrical powered machines. How adorable! Although Telly wasn't was the only true character in his time representing TL, he would often interact with living machines such as these, but was the only one that would talk during commercials. Telectrica also often mentioned that, in regard to Telly, they wanted their customers to feel as if their TL products were a part of the family, an important member of every household that efficiently and enthusiastically handled day to day tasks. Electricity, the board claimed, would one day become just as important as a brother, sister, mother, or father. Hmm. You know, maybe it's just me, but I don't really want my toaster to be a part of the family. I just want it to toast my toast. But, as mentioned elsewhere, these dreams never came to pass. However, they are fun to think about. Regardless of provider, electricity is an ever present entity in American life, especially in regards to the Ruby Red Railway. Power grid and general infrastructure. Could you imagine a future where Telly was the face of that? This pamphlet and card was mailed to us by a former investor of Telectrica themselves. They obviously and understandably didn't want to discuss the fair, but I always appreciate getting these pieces of history from people who are on the ground or first-hand owners of them. I'm going to let you read this while I take a breather. I love the little dudes that Salem designed for this pamphlet. Now, commissioned in the summer of 1962 by Telica Innovations, this stop-motion short was created by esteemed but troubled stop-motion animation company Jarble Marble, best remembered today as the studio behind the debatedly educational film Beatrice's Sugar Spectrum. Although nowhere near the same scale as that film, the short animation is nevertheless charming. In it, Teleelectric helps to light a family's Christmas tree after the lights of other companies fail to work. From any other company, this representation of competitors would have been met with legal retaliation, but by this point, Telectrica was as such a large entity that these insults went unanswered. What I find most charming about this episode is how Telly manifests. It's so abstract and out of the ordinary to know to how a character would typically introduce themselves. Fittingly for a character made of electricity, he sure doesn't feel like he's from this family's world. We have a new YouTube channel. I made one for the Pendog Creative team just to keep things authentic. Well, but let's watch this. So, so now we get to the real meat of this. Um, we're gonna read through some of the articles. In this pre-production art from the Dorothy Doo animated movie, we can see one of the first designs proposed when bringing Dorothy into an animated format. This take on his design much more closely resembled his classic illustrated appearance, though there were certainly hints of his final design present. Ultimately, the studio wanted to forge a new era for Dorothy Doo. His design went through a few more changes before they landed on the final Dorothy we see in the film. Ain't he so cute? Donated by the founder of the Mass Foundation, this is one of many invitation/card sets created in the wake of the Deep Blue's success. Once lining the shelves of every drugstore and shop around the US, these cards are now extremely difficult to find. On the card, you can see the little sailor himself, entreating the recipient to attend what is surely a lively party. These cards would change yearly, often being produced in limited runs, and as such, unused cards would often be traded around by fans of the show. So, another password. We'll get back to that. I think it's important to go through every article instead of getting sidetracked. Dorothy Doo playset. Created following the success of the Dorothy Doo show, these stand up paper dolls are a very rare and valuable find that were generously donated to us by the Mass Foundation. We are extremely grateful for their sponsorship this update and for the opportunity to get a hold of such an important piece of Dorothy Doo history. This playset included Dorothy, the cook, Brightfin, Seabiscuit, Captain Littaker, and Map Keeper. Blech. Later editions of the box these toys came in could be unfolded and cut along the lines to form a makeshift cardboard boat. However, the set provided to us sadly was missing this feature. Regardless, it is remarkable to have the full set of characters at all. Yeah, we're gonna look through these. See ya. I kind of love this is kind of getting ahead of myself, but I kind of love that this is the important piece of history that the Mass Foundation donated a toy set. Like, really? I can just imagine Penny just like being like, "Really? I went through all that for this?" They are very cute though. Okay. So, we're going to keep this image for later. Following the success of the Dorothy Doo and the Deep Blue series, many secondhand and re-release book covers would be generated and distributed to the public. Unfortunately, as is the case with even as popular franchises as Dorothy Doo, preservation was not on the minds of many people of the time, leaving many of these books covers to be lost to time. So, here's a fun little secret. I love this drawing of Dorothy. It's such a little creature, too, by the way. Okay, so the haunting and beautiful theme for the Dorothy Do Show was created by Barbara with the help of musician Polly Mill. When asked for her inspiration, Barbara would explain that during her many ocean travels, she had heard a lone sailor singing something similar during one warm, foggy morning as she sat on the docks watching him go by. She stated that the song embodied the ocean and life on the sea. That such a small song stuck with her for so many years probably hinted at just how recognizable and long lasting the reinterpreted theme would be for the American viewers of the show.
Beyond the waves of ocean blue, I sail to tell my tale to you. In seas of tongues of lands unknown, these fantastical tales I intone. So drift along to be forever blue, all of friends. I'm Dorothy too.
Wow, yeah, Buggy, you're right. It is a lullaby. Almost, huh? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. In this article, we will be discussing a topic that has been a long time coming. That's right, we are, with the support of the Mass Foundation, detailing the characters which appeared in the Dorothy Do Show. Thank you so much to our sponsors who made this possible and lent original production art from their collection. During the puppet show's run, one would regularly see the following 10 characters. Let's take a look at them one by one. Captain Littaker, a gruff but gentle individual encountered by Dorothy. Due on his travels, in the third book of the Deep Blue series, Captain Littaker oh, okay. Sorry, I got scared that we disconnected again. Captain Littaker is one of the most well-known characters in the entire series, aside from its titular star. The captain was a captain only in name, for he was only inhabitant of his small traveling ship. He would often stop for meetings with Dorothy while the two were out on the waves. In fact, the character would never be encountered on any island that Dorothy visited, only encountering the sailor during sailing scenes. This was a very curious choice by Barbara. It might have been done to help balance the number of characters in any given scene. Captain Littaker was a smart and compassionate character with knowledge rivaling that of the historian. For while the historian was book smart and intelligent in the history of places, Littaker had the knowledge required to survive at sea. He knew when to set sail and when to hunker down for the night. He was the one who taught Dorothy to fight, although this would only be mentioned in the books. He had a rivalry with Brightman, who allegedly ate his favorite boot many years ago, and has been sailing the deep blue ever since in pursuit of the serpents. Let's see. He was a member of the army who fled his duties for some reason.
Aye, the sea is a source of comfort for an old man like me. It loosens my sore bones, and a lung at sea is healthier than a lung at land, I say. Bah, you call that a swing? Let me show you how it's done, boyo. I've sailed between frost-covered mountains and foggy, scorched skies. Seen the great Serpent himself swim right underneath my boat. It'll take much more than a little pirate to shake me from this seat. Now, Dorothy, there will be a day that you will not see me any longer on these waves. Brace yourself for that day. And know one day someone much like yourself will brace for you to do the same. Take care, boy. Take care.
Okay. Well, we talked about Brightfin on the site previously. We will refresh your knowledge with this summary. Introduced in the original novels, then later adapted into a puppet for the show, Brightfin, also referred to as the dragon, was characterized as a large and moody creature that hardly got along with anyone other than Dorothy. Despite his large and intimidating appearance, a lot of the destruction caused by this character was unintentional rather than pure malice. His scales were said to grant wishes, and due to this, he often had to avoid sailors and treasure hunters. Dorothy returned one of his scales, and for this reason, he earned the sea serpent's favor.
Ah, if it isn't the ineffable Dorothy Doo himself. It's been ages since I last saw you in these waters. Tell me, friend, how have your travels been? I recall eating a boot once, but to be honest, that captain's lucky I didn't eat the whole ship. He interrupted my slumber. If you swim down deep enough, there are things much bigger than I, Dorothy. I'm just what breached the surface. You who sails these waters and does not understand their might, I will crush your ship beneath my tail, and my scales will flash like lightning against the waves. Stay well and do good, Dorothy Doo, my dear friend.
Huh. There's a little scale here. Keep that in mind. The stern and well-mannered guide of Dorothy Doo and her crew. This character originated as a minor character from the original book series, appearing in book number 2. Barbara felt that there was more to be explored with her character, and as such was when deciding the roster for her show, picked her out of the lineup for recurring characters. The Map Keeper was a character who lived to chart and map the corners of the world, and was happy to lend her maps to anyone with a trustworthy face and desire to travel. Unfortunately, she would often be duped into sharing her maps with the hang glider, whose self-professed charm always seemed to fool her. To her dismay, he would often end up losing her maps or otherwise damage them. The map keeper worked in conjunction with the historian to teach Dorothy about important things, like how to travel to other places and discover new countries, which is most of why she was important at all to the story. Otherwise, she really didn't have a big role to play. You know, some of the text in this audio, some of the text in this article seems off so far, like, this is just a re-summarized version of an older article. This is oddly abrupt and unprofessional to say.
Oh, Dorothy, it is so nice to see you out in this part of the deep blue. I was just wrapping things up, but I assume you'd want me to hang around a little longer. Wouldn't want you getting lost. Maps in a snap. Where do you want to be? Let's see what we can see. Right now, you're looking at what was once the Gulf of Spain. 1,000 miles from any known civilization. Why, that hang glider, I could throttle him! If he wasn't such a smooth talker, I'd snap his neck. Oh, Dorothy, why don't you rest your head a while? These are safe waters. I've charted them thoroughly. You will rest and keep care of yourself, won't you, Dorothy?
Sorry, I just saw something really funny in my notifications. Yeah, That's Mapkeeper. The silliest member of the crew, the hang glider was most known for routinely causing problems in many episodes by crashing his hang glider into islands and needing to be saved by Dorothy Doo. He was a real laugh. He was also incredibly hard to impress. Okay, this is where like things should get worrying because Penny never ever types this short of a description for a character or a person on the site. Like this is absurdly little info for Penny long-winded sentence M. Here's the hang glider.
Oh, that sunset? Yes, I suppose it is nice. If you've seen one, you've seen them all, though. You should see the ones we have back home. Hmm? Oh, yes, I was paying attention to all that, but I was wondering, could you grab me a whiskey? Dutch whiskey. I won't accept anything less. Yes, well, I suppose I consider you, not a friend, but a reliable constant. I would be much agitated if you were to die. And maybe your constant beatings and barbarism have made me think on some things. Keep well, Dorothy Doo.
He is voiced by Telelectric's voice actor. The loyal animal companion of Dorothy Doo, Seabiscuit the seal was always by the sailor's side. Seabiscuit was introduced as a character for the Dorothy Doo television show to give Dorothy someone to talk to during his adventures. Although never stated in the show, the comics later established that Dorothy found Seabiscuit as a pup, rescuing him from a seal hunter who wanted to turn Seabiscuit into a coat. Dorothy raised the baby seal with so much affection that he grew larger than any other, big enough for Dorothy to ride through the waves on his back. Despite being a cute and cuddly animal, Seabiscuit was never treated as a pet. Instead, he was Dorothy's best friend and equal. Seabiscuit was generally very playful and carefree, chasing birds floating on the water and performing tricks to make Dorothy laugh when he was sad. He was quick to help when help was needed, although his flippers and size sometimes caused more trouble, and loved to sunbathe on the deck of the ship during the pair's downtime. However, just like a real seal, he could quickly turn fierce when he or Dorothy were in danger, and during fights could take on whole hordes of bad guys by himself.
Dorothy, look over there, to the starboard side. There's a ship. I think they need our help. Frightened? No way! Well, maybe just a little. How about a song to lighten the mood? Come on, Dorothy. We're your best pal. Now see here. Just because I'm all soft and round doesn't mean I'm any old yellow belly. This seal is bark and bite. Oi, 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 oi. Oh, we like the sea. Sailing from place to place every day, we get to see lots of interesting things and meet lots of interesting people. Don't you get tired of being in the same place all the time? Oh, please stay safe, Dorothy.
Introduced in the very first book of the Deep Blue series, the historian was a timid, stuttering, and curious man who knew many things about the places visited by Dorothy during his travels. He would often be at the main setting of the chapter or episode by the time Dorothy arrived and would serve as exposition for the current conflicts or background of these locations. He knew the one true history of the world. Yeah, there's no voice lines. And a very strange sentence. provided with no context. One of the most long-lasting and memorable additions to the show was the presence of the floaters, skeletons of long-dead sailors who had typically floated alongside Dorothy's ship. During scene transitions, they narrated the journey in a barbershop-like manner, being taken and also setting the mood for the new location. These characters were an entirely new addition to the show that were not present in the books. However, Barbara was notably enthused about their inclusion as it offered the presence of more music in her passion projects. Captain Cadaver, the bane of the deep blue. Captain Cadaver was a character so ferocious that she scared an entire generation of children and parents alike. She was an evil pirate. No, Dorothy. I intentionally spelled Dorothy's name that way. So here's Captain Cadaver. Cook, a boisterous but airheaded woman, the cook appeared first in the books and later became a regular in the television show. Characterized as a little clueless but extremely passionate about her work, she put 100% into everything she did, even when she wasn't entirely sure what she was doing. Dorothy would frequent her tavern, which took the form of a large pot floating in the ocean, often getting roped into helping the cook in the kitchen or tracking down rare ingredients for her food. Her segments began when the pot tipped over, panning inside to reveal her tavern. The cook was famous for her ability to always make something delicious, no matter how odd or limited her supplies, often trying bold new flavors and ingredients to surprise her patrons. She'd encourage her friends to try it before you decide you don't like it, despite her food being made of weird things like octopus and algae. Wait.
Great jumpin' jackfish! Now, I mean no offense when I say that's the most peculiar dish I've ever heard of. You must teach it to me. Dorothy, dude, just the sail I was hoping to see today. You wouldn't happen to have any spare barnacles on your ship there, would you? I ran out of oysters and figured they're close enough. Voila! My newest creation, octopus souffle salad. What's with those faces? At least try it before you decide you don't like it. Why, if someone were to act up like that in my establishment, I'd hit him over the head with my frying pan. Acting like he's too good for their cooking when he hasn't even tried it. What a snob. Stay strong, sailor.
So, this is how her boat works in the show. It would flip over to show the puppet in her kitchen, and that become the new framing for the scene. The puppets for the Dorothy Doo and the Deep Blue show were marvelous pieces of art, leaps ahead of other shows of the time in terms of technology and craftsmanship. Building the puppets and making them move was something akin to magic. The humans were wooden marionettes, and the animals were cloth, hand, and rod puppets. So, this is all the characters, right? This is all the characters, right? Well, the deep blue. The deep blue is the color of the waves. So, here's our next secret. Puppets. We'll move this over here. So the next secret, you click on the puppets. Now, Dorothy Do picture books. Following the success of the Dorothy Do show, several picture books summarizing the events of the original series would be released. These picture books were beautifully illustrated by Diana Fox, a well-known illustrator who would later go on to illustrate similar adaptations of R.W. Winfield's works. Although the pictures are pretty, I would not recommend these books as an entry point for the series. They are made with a very young audience in mind, and as such cut out, summarize, and occasionally butcher story elements. Overall, if you're trying to get to know the characters, the original themes of Barbara's work, you'd be better off seeking out the original stories in their entirety. Hmm. Yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it? It's almost like the Mass Foundation just wants Dorothy Do to be a baby series. Kind of like how idiots in real life insist that art isn't political because they don't want to think about their favorite gunman show. Gun guys shoot people. That's all that gun show about. Nothing deep with the gun show. Exactly. I love this drawing. Liv did an amazing job. And Dorothy Do's show wasn't even kids media, but like the way that these people talk about any media renders it into kids media because they take away anything transgressive or thought provoking about it because they want to be baby too. So, one more article. Oh, wait, Jane Prell. We've already talked about Jane Prell, but it seems like Penny finally got around to adding photos to her page. Hold on, this is weird. This image I don't doesn't make a lot of sense. It's encrypted, it looks like. Well, if you click on this image, and we're going to be very careful. We're going to be very careful not to hit play on this. Otherwise, my channel will be nuked from orbit. Her favorite songs. Did Penny make this? Were these songs Jane shared with Penny? Maybe. But what's important is, first of all, the title of this image is Capital for the Crypts. So this image is an encrypted image. Well, Seaweed would, because as it was revealed, Penny lied about how much she actually knew Jane. Jane and Penny used to be friends, at least kind of friends. And Jane might have shared these songs with Penny. So, Capital for the Crypt is the name of this image. This is an encrypted image. A lot of the words in this page are capitalized. Now, the code is, we're gonna go to this. We're gonna upload this. Password is DC TD HTTYAW. And you get an image. Okay. Now, member evaluation. COA Chapter 11. Proctor Marion Tack. Member James Prell. Concerning relocation to Chapter 5. It is with great pleasure that I write to you on behalf of one James Prell. Having joined our organization several months ago, James was brought on by myself during his time of duress and, lacking monetary or political prospects, was placed in the kitchens. However, James would go on to prove a very lively and radical personality amongst the staff. He has shown himself to have a way with words and speeches when in conditions where he has shown reciprocal socialization. I believe that James' talents are wasted here, and that, given the proper education, he could be a valuable asset towards the organization. He has shown a willingness to mold his personality and ideals to keep the camaraderie of his fellow organization members, and an intense propensity towards getting others to follow his lead. As an example, our members are not allowed to have art supplies nor writing materials. James has managed to obtain them several times through his influence with fellow members, despite our strictest preventative conditions. At times, our members may break the rules and even bend them. Standard procedure calls for discipline, and although James has indeed been disciplined for each instance, these recurring manipulations are what tip me off to his potential. I call for your benevolence and mercy on James' behalf. Concerns. Prone to fixating on people and ideas. However, I believe this abnormality can be redirected towards our long-term goals. Former transgender individual might regress should our broader goals interfere with the lingering sentimentality. However, as mentioned above, James has shown himself to do near anything in the pursuit of feeling like he belongs. Would likely keep rank in order to avoid social exile. His creative writing and the art he draws is a habit we must prune out of him, especially that awful character he draws in every spare moment, Marion Tack. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that sink in for a moment. Just let it sink in. Like, I'm gonna be honest. People tend to villainize people who fall into cults, as if people who fall into cults aren't typically very marginalized people that have their needs and desire for community and intimacy exploited um, by the people running these cults. Um, our cults aren't candles and blood sacrifices and pentagrams. Our cults are money laundering and love bombing and manipulation and holding the threat of community over someone's head. Everyone's susceptible to cults. And you know what? Honestly, I think that the cartoon depiction of them being guys in cloaks with knives and doing cartoonish stuff kind of does helps do cover for the activity of real cults, because people get indoctrinated into a cult and they'll be like, no, I can't be part of a cult because these people aren't acting crazy or being weird. These people are being nice to me. They aren't making blood sacrifices with pentagrams. I can't be being indoctrinated. And that's how a lot of people get stuck in a cult. That's how they fall into it. Here's Jane again. Um, yes, America has a lot of cults. People technically Mormonism and technically that's not a cult, but the way I see it is it's a cult that the government doesn't call a cult, and because they see it as legitimate, quote unquote marks, because it doesn't conflict with their with the powers that be. Yes, they are a legalized cult. And so, isn't it kind of fucked up that the country we live in can deem these groups like legitimate and not dangerous to the people around them? So, that's where Jane is for now. So, the Dorothy Do fan club Gosh, I hope I have enough time to finish this today. A brief history article on behalf of the sponsors of this update. As many of you know, the original Dorothy Doo fan club ended shortly after the conclusion of the show in 1989. For years that followed, for the years that followed, many miniature fan clubs would rise and fall, members splitting off to make their own organizations and then moving on to other things. Amongst all these communities, one has remained active throughout the years: the new Dorothy Doo fan club, founded in 1995 by several longtime fans of the series. Through much hard work and the financial support of the Mass Foundation, they would reconnect fans across the United States. Today, the club can be located all over the country. However, the requirements to get in can be very strict to help make sure the community thrives in a way that represents the ideals of the show. Oh, we'll get back to this. Dorothy and a Cyclops. Um, The Mass Foundation itself is a group dedicated to the preservation of history, much like ourselves, but at a much higher level. They conduct outreach programs, community service in other countries, and own the largest collection of Dorothy Doo related history in the entire world. It's always comforting to see a business dedicate itself to preserving the past, especially when the past centers on artistic history. Yeah, this is kind of the thing that other cults and no, not just that they're spreading, it's more like they're evangelizing to other countries that are undergoing disasters and poverty because of the actions of the West and taking advantage of that to get new members. Um, Going out to act as relief to the problems their country created. But support doesn't stop at funding, however. The Mass Foundation regularly conducts events which members of the Dorothy Doo fan club can attend to gain insight on the show's history, from former crew members, literary historians, puppet enthusiasts, and more. Their exhibits and museums are for fans only, although certain longtime members are allowed to bring non-members with them during visits. Now, how do you become a member of the fan club? Well, the process is a very long and intense. For starters, you have to have at least 2 members vouch for you in order to even be allowed to submit a written application to the club. And they check for grammar as well. When I say written, that means pen to paper too. Typed applications are not considered. So if you want to join, you'll have to practice your handiwork. Then you have to wait upwards anywhere from 5 months to a full year before the organizer of your local club will reach out to you in order to conduct an interview. I'm not sure what takes place after. The initiation process is very secretive, and telling non members can result in expulsion from the club for life. However, you can pay a fee to rejoin. It's all very complicated and interesting to learn about. How the intricacies of fan culture have changed from when Dorothy Doo first entered the public view. So, hey, that's a battleship in the background. That's weird. Why is Cook not cooking? The cook is the one who cooks, not the and I realize how funny that sounds. That must sound out of context. Um this guy's cooking, and behind them is a battleship. A big battleship. This is the hang glider. Here's this gorgeous, gorgeous piece of Dorothy that was painted by our very own Audie Toddy, Totally Audie. Knocks the wind out of me every time I see this poster. It's so gorgeous. And there's a code at the bottom. So there's a code at the bottom, and this is where we start getting to the stuff. There's one more thing. They like Dorothy do too. In honor of our former friendship, I recommended your website to them. Jane? Was it malice? Did she genuinely think this would help Penny? Was it payback? Or did she really think this organization would do good by her friends? We'll never know. It probably was a bit of both. So, on this page, there are several things. I will not be reading all of these, but the lake house, I will read an example. The lake household, 0 on the door, scales line the walls, shimmering in wait for a day that justice will rain bloody fists on down in greater numbers. They were commissioned from the Porter Patriarch. Well, the Porter is a household with a 5 on the door. So, if the scales came from the Porter house, the scale must be a 5. Ansley household, 8 on the door. A bone left by the youngest member of the Lake household. So, let's go find the Lake household. The Lake household's number is 0. So, the bone equals 0. Exactly. So scales equals 5. Bone equals 0. Nine on the door for Irene. And there is a boat there from the Morton household. So the Morton household is 3. So the boat is 3. And there's an X from the Ansley household. So the X is 8. So that's how you match up the codes to the objects. And where did I put it? On the bottom of here is a code for you. So, but before we get into that, we've got a town to explore. Like, look at this nice town, this lovely, picturesque town. Hello, little detective. What are you doing there? Ivy Hill Toy Store. This building used to be the Ivy Hill Toy Store, founded in 1967 by one Henry Willow and his wife Martha Willow. Its construction was long and strenuous, but the two of them were determined to see it through. Upon completion, the two had spent the night on the roof stargazing and discerning their cosmology, which they thought to spell a bright future for not only the building, but for the town, the people they loved, and perhaps the entire world. Things took off in 1970 when their once small town began to sprout with new residents and life. The Willows, amongst the eldest in town, welcomed these developments with open arms. After all, they had created the store for any curious tourist or traveler seeking shelter. They received many visitors, some young, some old, and some even more ancient than themselves. In the summer of 1980, the two of them watched waters rise, and although the others began to evacuate, the two of them stuck it out at the top of their toy store, an idiotic decision the two of them would look back on with stern, disapproving eyes, but they had felt energized by the threat to the building they both loved. When waters receded, the two of them would venture out to help repair the damage to their town, hammering together new homes and new buildings in which others might find shelter and warmth. The two of them attended the opening of the skating rink in the corner of town. They had never skated before, and when Henry tripped on his skates and toppled to the floor, he felt the wind leave his chest. But as he feebly stood back up on his feet, both him and Martha had howled with laughter, and the night had continued on. The two of them knew that this was the start of something special for their town, and when they returned home, they had sat once more on the ceiling of their little toy shop, limbs a little creakier, but still strong with memory of youth, and they had watched the skies again, remembering the future they had seen years ago. In 1985, they met a tall woman who was surveying the neighborhood with magnifying glass and a sweater so green and fuzzy it almost seemed like grass. The two of them had been so struck by what she was doing, and so they decided to see if she was perhaps in need of help or lost. She had turned to them with eyes so vibrant they nearly outshined the sun, and told them she had seen a turning point in this area, that history was a dam waiting to break, and this place would be among the many pivotal to that turning point. The two of them had awkwardly laughed and tried to reassure her that in this town things stayed the same as ever. Yes, new buildings sprouted, and sometimes people left, but overall things would only twinkle in and out of intensity and change. The woman had looked at them sadly and given them well wishes before striding off on stilt-like legs. The two had continued to tinker and paint and polish the building, treating it with as much love and care as one could treat brick and fabric. There had been small talks of upscaling, remodeling, adding an additional floor, but the two resisted. They never wanted anything more than what they had, and they believed their town wanted the same. So any offers and men in baby blue suits were turned away, no matter how much money was offered and how many gifts were left at their door. In the summer of 1990, the two of them had watched with apprehension as their neighbors began to change in horrific ways, or had this always been how they been on the inside? They'd watched businesses be snatched up and remodeled overnight, the old guard of their town being replaced and driven out one by one. The two had remained firm, refusing to budge from the building they had loved, and called a second home for so long. However, less and less people would arrive at the store day after day. Eventually, they left too, in a way, spirited away by unknown means in their sleep, found in their beds, hand in hand, eyes trained on something that wasn't there, the stars they had seen long ago reflected in their pupils. The store had been snatched up just like everything else in this little town, and in time it would come to serve a new purpose. Dolls and memorabilia of old shows lined the walls with everything else deemed inadequate and tossed into the heap. The building would have another built right beside it, the bricks laid with much care and the floor constantly shifting beneath one's shoes. The building, mourning its lost lover, sat in horror as its sign was changed. The walls and beams of its body were ripped out and replaced. The lovingly polished floorboards were covered in carpet that itched and scratched and suffocated itself. It watched in horror as its body was changed for a new purpose, a new directive, changed for a future that made it quake in disgust and dread. Now, sorry, I'm a bit winded. Oh, what's this audio?
I don't really understand. Can I go back to sleep? I'm tired.
Here's the arcade. And what's this? Let's see. Twinville Arcade. Rules of the rink. Share the floor with everyone. Place your laces, blah, blah, blah. Racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia are not tolerated and will result in removal from the premises. No dogs except service animals. Large parties of 20 or more people must call in advance. You know, just regular stuff. Your membership to the Twinville Arcade and Roller Rink has been terminated. Dear Kelly, due to your cruel and abnormal behavior displayed at the last meeting, you are formally barred from the Twinville Arcade and Roller Rink Club ad infinitum. This termination of your membership is the result of repeated incidents in which you harassed and made one of our members feel unsafe, which escalated in you cornering them in a bathroom and attempting to pressure them to leave the association. This, in conjunction with your post online forwarded to us on account of their hateful rhetoric, gives us reasonable grounds to believe you have no interest in following our rules or policies. And as such, you are not only banned from the club, but attempts to enter the premises will be met with the highest legal action possible. We wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Roller Rink bought out with plans for reconstruction. I'm not going to read this part. It's mainly just talking about the arcade being bought out, how they will keep its retro charm. Local woman honored by police for courage. By blank. Twinville has a new hero, Kelly, is being honored with an outstanding citizenship award by local police after bravely standing up in the face of adversity and protecting female spaces. After a frightening encounter with an agitated individual, Kelly has proven her dedication to keeping female spaces safe for the women and children of our community. La Jolla Arcade roller rink rules. Share the floor with everyone. They took out the rule about racism, sexism. Do not talk to the working staff. Take any arguments outside the establishments. Salem, could you fix that and I'll re-upload it, I guess. Thanks for spotting it. I'm sorry for any spelling errors you get. We do try to catch them all, but you know. Also, this just says no dogs now. No service animals allowed either. No, you're thinking of the toy store. You're thinking of the toy store, jeeping, um, which is different from the arcade. Frozen Rose Ice Cream Parlor. Thomas and friends would regularly go to the roller rink. They would laugh and play, but when they were kicked out, the five of them knew that they had to find other places to have fun. They tried the library, but their behavior was not allowed. They tried the bars, only to quickly be thrown out the moment they opened their mouths. They went to the pizzerias and burger joints, only to have their faces beaten black and blue. Everyone turned their faces the other way because they knew this was necessary. They found solace in the local ice cream parlor. This time they tried a different approach, entering one at a time, little by little. They encroached on the building. Their thoughts were somewhat welcome there, and even the parlor owner would chime in with some comment or another that made them laugh, their bile building with each new member, and by the time the fifth had entered the parlor, most of the people there were friends anyways, and anyone unfriendly had long been pushed out. When the ice cream parlor was snatched up by the new company in town, they rejoiced and knew that a great future was on the horizon. They knew they would save this town from the filth that had rotted it from the inside for so long. Eventually, they came to reside in the bars and the pizzerias and libraries, flicking pencils at passerby and leering at anyone who got too close. Their new friends were there too, white shirts and khaki pants worn proudly. And even though they didn't don the same attire, when their eyes met, they sensed a common purpose in another's gazes. Hmm. Now, there's one more thing in here. Yay, people are looking at my stuff right now. I'm glad. It's our friend Molly. She's been here traveling. So, on this, the Dorothy Duke note. So, in the articles, there will be several hidden links that take you to locked pages. The first is this invite, which takes you here. The second can be found here at the bottom of the page. We want to learn more about these puppets. I think even if you don't know what's going on, obviously these articles feel a bit incomplete. The Penny we know usually writes 3 straight paragraphs about the characters on her site. This is a very out of character writing style for the site creator. So clicking on puppets takes us to this locked page. And on this page, the Dorothy Zoo fan club, it looks like there are symbols at the bottom of here. There is also a clickable link that takes us to this page. And if you click on the houses on this page, you will find many different little secrets, which we went into depth on last time. So we won't reread them this run. But what's important is the password that you can get from this page. So if you're confused about this, the Lake household, 0 on the door, scales line the walls. They were commissioned from the Porter Patriarch. So, where's the Porter house? The Porter house is here, and it has a 5 on the door. So, scale, if we look at this artwork, you'll notice that there's a lantern, a hook, a bone, a pot, an X, set of scales, skull, kite, book, and a boat. These are all objects that are mentioned in these household descriptions. Bone, boiling pot, a boat, a scale. So, scales came from the Porter Patriarch. Porter household has 5 on the door. So that means that scales, the symbol for scales equals 5. Ansley household, there is a bone left by a member of the Lake household. 0 on the door. So a bone symbol equals the number 0. So this is how we figure out this code, by matching the items listed here to their respective households. You aren't going to list them to the same household in the past, like say a bone wouldn't equal 8 because it's not from the Ansley household, it's from the Lake household. So, to get into He Looked Back, we are going to need a code. And the code is going to be 2906857143. So, we are now on this page.
Dollars was very serious.
So first of all, there's a couple of channels. Chat, do you want to watch TV? Okay, we can watch TV. There's a couple of channels for us here. On channel 1, there's this. So, there is that. On channel 3, oh, we have this video again. Um, we've seen this video multiple times on the site. It's hidden on the Dorothy Do page. It is hidden in the bottom of the character page, listing the characters that were in the Dorothy Do show and books. Because remember that Dorothy Do started out as a book series. It was a very popular book series that later got adapted to a puppet show and then an animated movie. Our final channel is channel 2.
When you shop in the Star Market app,
So, there's that. I'd also say that this is where we meet the monsters of our update. Of course, we already met Molly last time we streamed, but here is our first look at the monster in the closet for this update. So there's a couple more secrets. Firstly, we're gonna click inspect element, right click, click inspect, select an element in the page to inspect it, or Control Shift C, and 1, 2, 3. You're gonna have to. I've seen people get, understandably, a little bit deterred because they delete one block and just assume that they've done something wrong. Oh, so here's this image first. So next, there's some hidden audio.
I don't think you understand what you're doing. I don't think you realize what will happen. I feel like you aren't listening to a thing I'm saying.
So there's that. And it looks like there is something on the bottom of the screen. Jane Zine invitation.scan. Invitation, page 1. In the definition of an invitation, something is being welcomed or allowed into a location or an association with the person extending the hand of welcome and in such we must consider the consequences of allowing something into your life, home, business, and community. As seen with myself as an example, allowing someone even an inch into your life can have results similar to that of a nuclear bomb, hurting and irradiating everyone in my path. And with this in mind, I must ask what happens when you let individuals into your community for the sake of hearing all sides and perspectives. Is every perspective really as needed and valuable as the other? I do not know. But when this occurs, I believe you risk introducing a pathogen to your community, especially the most vulnerable amongst them. Similar to ditching a mask around your immunocompromised friends, allowing anyone to settle in your spaces and friends and groups can introduce them to people and things that want to hurt them. A virus disguises itself to avoid notice from the immune system, and so too do petty little bigots and bad faith actors with intentions of disrupting and deteriorating the circles they infest. Those susceptible to wolves and fleece not only tolerate no, those susceptible to the influence of these wolves and fleece will slowly begin to not only tolerate their ideas, but adopt them into their own ideologies. Perhaps in this way, the willingness to allow these people in their spaces already indicates a hidden or subdued malice towards the vulnerable, which is nurtured and encouraged by the intruders. Unless repelled, these spaces will rot and die. Those who formerly saw community and shelter there are then repelled or butchered. An invitation can also create the assumption of further consent, in which someone goes further into your home or life than the invite gifted actually intended. In some cases, the thing being welcomed in might not intend to cause harm, yet, nevertheless, harm is done as they, without resistance, overtake their host's priorities, social circles, identity, and independence. The invitation might be taken with malicious intent from one who receives it during a time of duress, and in this way, a small olive branch might become a tangled thorny vine which chokes and constricts the one offering it. The invite might also be invented by the receiver into the first place, stepping into one's life, and as mentioned above, this has dire outcomes for all involved. An invitation can often be revoked physically. A guest can become a trespasser and ejected from a house. A mutual turned aggressor can be blocked and removed from your online experience. However, in some cases, the invitation is so far from the present that a degree of power and dependence on the receiver has grown to the point revoking the invitation has all the effect of telling the sun to go away. The receiver, in their own way, might become the sun of the inviter's world, drawing in friends and neighbors, planets, to their orbit, so that by revoking the invitation, the inviter is ejected from history and orbit. To many things, an invitation can take the form of more than a letter. It can be through expressed enthusiasm or eagerness to know more. An invitation can take the shape of a drawing or empty figurette waiting to stand and walk about. An invitation can take the form of music, drawing someone out from the night streets into an empty room. An invitation can be a felt desire for companionship or in feeling very, very alone. An invitation can take the form of something thrown away. By this action, the thrown away thing is gifted, and an open invitation lingers for anything to take it. With the above point in mind, others' history and fame might become an invitation for others to claim for themselves. An artist dies and their possessions fall to the ground. An invitation. Something with just as much capacity for harm as it is a great endeavor to continue their work. Anything lost becomes an invitation to find at all costs. And with this invitation to find something lost, those who seek it invite themselves into the lives of others who just want to be left alone. This too invites a sick and perverted type of tragedy that comes from feeding off of tragedy and the allure of the lost. An invitation can be a deadly thing, something so freely given we don't even think about the consequences. It is the seed that can sprout into a great tree or a rotting malignant root. That being said, can the invitation be taped back together? However messily. Can it be taped back together and taken back? Jane Zine. So, that is our first. Well, that is a sign from Jane um, about invitations. So the next puzzle is going to be simpler times. This puzzle, this lock password screen is discovered by clicking on the puppet's header at the bottom of the character article. And here is how we unlock it. Now remember that we have these symbols, and we now know what numbers go to each of these symbols.
$10 was
These are images from around the website in the recent article update, which keep in mind, every update, it will list what articles are included in the update, and none of the articles outside of those will have to do with the main puzzles for the update, so that you aren't sent on a wild goose chase searching for codes across the archives. So, we have seen these cropped images. Some of them are from this article, the playset. Some of them are from the storybooks. But what do these cropped images mean? We know what characters they're of. Well, clicking on the images in the character article, there are some familiar symbols. There is a lantern right here with Captain Lydekker. There is scales on Brightfin's image. Mapmaker has a book. Hangglider has a kite. Seabiscuit has a bone. Historian has a book, and Mapkeeper has the X. The floaters have a skull. Cadaver has a hook hidden right here in this speech bubble. Cook has a pot. Dorothy has a boat. We know what numbers go to each of these symbols. So from here, it's as simple as watching the order that these cropped images appear in and putting the numbers we now have in order. So the code for this locked page is going to be 9572083. And here is our missing info. And keep this in mind. In the we'll read the last sentence of each one. He was a member of the army who fled his duties for some reason. However, it is implied in the books and the show that this is a facade put up by a man who's searching the seas for something indescribable, of which not even he knows what exactly it is. In the books, he would travel the night waves with his lantern held out towards the dark of the ocean sky, his eyes staring unseeing into the ink black. In the fourth book of the series, the captain would reveal to Dorothy that he had been a medical officer in an unnamed war who fled his duties after witnessing his commanding officer gouge a gash deep into the body of the world. For the many years since, he was unable to return to land or any place called a country. To Dorothy, he would recount memories of horrors witnessed and admit he realizes fleeing did nothing to dampen the bleeding gash. In the second to final book of the series, he would sail into the foggy ocean waters, offering a final word of warning to Dorothy before vanishing forever from her life. That's odd. Most text on the site refers to Dorothy as a boy, but on this page we see a couple instances of Dorothy also being referred to as a girl, so that implies that Dorothy was every bit as fluid as the waves that he sailed on, I'd say. Captain Lydekker was voiced by Jared Pott, a neighbor of Barbara who she grew up listening to the stories of. Barbara's life was rich in history, as will be discussed later in the historian section. She grew up surrounded by stories of the history of the world, and from it she took great interest in writing about what she deemed too important to be left unwritten. Brightfin reflected a fascination Barbara had with ocean life, and by reading her books one could absolutely tell that the field of marine biology was of great interest to her. Although she never considered pursuing such a career, later in her life she poured a great deal of money into the furthering of research and conservation. She, she would go fish watching by the docks in her free time and read about ocean life around the world. Brightman was as such an expression of admiration for the creatures of the ocean and represented the importance of treating animals with respect and humility. Brightman, like any wild animal, could be benevolent and indifferent, but also capable of violence and hostility towards those who encroached on his waters or refused to respect that he was not a human bound to human morality and ideas. Brightfin was voiced by Echo Broadcasting Department head Andrew Holtz, a man who would eventually become a good friend of Barbara, although if accounts are to be believed, the two absolutely loathed each other at first. Working on the show must have softened their disposition towards one another. Andrew Holt was one of the primary contributors to preserving the history of Barbara and Dorothy Dill. Following Barbara's death, when he passed away, the Mass Foundation would take the reins in continuing his work. This is a historian. I mean, this is a map keeper. About the importance of the places she visited, in her case, she always reinforced the importance of wandering to new places without a goal or intent to conquer, but simply to wander. She encouraged free travel without borders and without delusions of empires or buried treasures. It is not certain whether her origins were something greater or if she was simply a human being, but she would often appear out of the ocean mist or sunrise on the docks in order to give guidance to Dorothy. In episodes, her skirt would unravel like a scroll to reveal a map to help Dorothy in his travels. This was done with the use of a rotating waist joint that allowed her lower half to spin while the map skirt unfurled. The waist joint also allowed her to sway side to side along with front end to back in a way other puppets cannot. As for influences and inspiration, she was heavily based on a real world affair that Barbara had with another author during her travels. Although not widely known in modern times, it was an open secret that Barbara was a notorious womanizer that would often depart for business only to add to the amount of love letters she frequently received from across the country. This fondness can be seen in how the map keeper and Dorothy interacted with incredibly flirtatious and romantic subtext. Although Barbara would attempt to have said lover on the show to voice Mapkeeper, plans would fall through and she would instead utilize the services of Linda Tack, an editor she had met during her time in the writing industry. Linda would voice Mapkeeper up until season 4 of The Dorothy Do Show, at which point she would retire and be replaced by Carla Natwick, an assistant puppeteer who Linda explicitly chose as her successor. The way in which Barbara worked with her voice cast was very interesting. She would often not be They would often not be people who were voice actors by trade, instead people Barbara met. She believed that everyone should have taken part in art and sometimes would have approached people with zero inclinations for entertainment, asking them to work with her. When they were tired from working on projects with her, she would ask them to pick a replacement they felt was fitting for the role or needed a spark of creativity in their life. In the books, a man known as the Hang Glider was an individual from parts unknown, although was stated by Barbara to be a boer. He tended to not only crash his hang glider into islands being visited by Dorothy, but would also cause conflict due to his lazy, uninterested, and languid nature. He would usually show little interest in learning about where he had landed, and would make ridiculous demands of anyone living on the island. In the show and books, this would usually end with Dorothy Mapkeeper and the cook and the historian flinging him into the ocean or beating him black and blue. The hang glider had two variations of his puppet, one built the same as the others and one in flight. The in flight puppet's legs were fused together to give him that perfect hang gliding posture, and his hands were affixed to the glider. The glider had a swivel attaching the rigging to the sail for more posability. To the hang glider, sunrises were just a ball in the sky he saw 100 times before, and music, excluding his favorite marching tune, was just aggravating noise. Barbara, when asked who she based the hang glider on, stated she had met an incredibly aggravating tourist and wanted to beat them over the head with a rock. The hang glider was voiced by Thomas Copperbell, a professional actor who Barbara met during her negotiations with Echo Broadcasting. Thomas starred in several horror movies and was a closeted bisexual, although this wouldn't be discovered until after his death. Some of the films he starred in were even among those funded by Ivan Hoth, creator of Maisie the Mutt. Though Seabiscuit was Dorothy's very best friend, Barbara was very adamant about viewers not taking his character as a reason to treat real seals or other sea creatures as pets or playthings. In real life, seals can be quite dangerous and would easily bite the hand of anyone who tried to pat them. They're best admired from afar for the safety of both humans and seals. Seal hunting was unregulated during the time of Dorothy Doo and the Deep Blue Show, and while Seabiscuit was not based on any one particular species of seal, he does closely resemble a harp seal, a species that was very nearly hunted to extinction for their fur and still remains critically endangered to this day. During her time, Barbara was vocally against overhunting for the fur trade and commercial purposes and expressed that she wished there were tighter laws around wildlife conservation. Although she did not live long enough to see it, her wish was granted when the Marine Mammal Protection Act was passed in 1993. Which, interestingly, that act was passed a lot earlier in history, but in this universe it was passed in 1993. Seabiscuit was voiced by Bradley Cleaver, a marine biologist who had been consulted multiple times by Barbara while writing the original Deep Blue series. Aside from his voice acting, he was most notable for his work in wildlife preservation. This work would continue during the show's production, and following the conclusion, he would redouble his efforts for the betterment of conservation practices right up until his death years later. This is the Floaters. The trio would typically be voiced by an alternating cast of men and women pulled off the street by Barbara, and as such their identities were very much interchangeable, which, according to Barbara, was the point of them. To her they represented the countless drowned sailors and seafarers of the world that floated endlessly through the deep blue sea. They were a haunting echo, a solemn reminder that as fun and freeing life on the ocean could be, that more often than not, those who called the waves their home would eventually be claimed by those very waves. The shipwrecked trio were impartial to Dorothy's adventures and simply enjoyed floating along after him. They would not intervene during strife, nor would they ever directly communicate with Dorothy or the other characters. Each time they'd find whatever the cook had prepared was their new favorite meal. When she wasn't working in the kitchen, the cook would be out learning about the foods from other cultures and places. In the episodes where she would accompany Dorothy on his travels, they would often find themselves somewhere with food and ingredients the cook might not have ever considered before, or being taught a new way to cook something entirely different than she was accustomed to. These types of episodes would end with the cook excited to share her new culinary knowledge with her customers, and if any of them complained of the food being gross or smelling weird, they would be promptly tossed out the door. During cooking segments, close up shots would occasionally use the puppeteer's real hands for more control handling tricky objects. While the marionettes had fully posable hands, they would have to be posed in between shots and were sometimes just too finicky to perform certain tasks when it came to cooking. In addition to this, the cook's legs were able to be detached. During cooking scenes, her torso would rest on the set, and the puppeteer would solely control her head and arms. The cook was a way to teach viewers not to turn their nose up at food they'd never tried, or sneer at ingredients and animals eaten in other cultures. In Barbara's travels, she'd find herself eating all sorts of things she hadn't otherwise known about, and in fact would go out of her way to try delicacies and dishes unique to wherever she had traveled. In one interview, she commented she tried all sorts of meats now, alligator and reindeer and even kangaroo. They're all very delicious. I think those who say they're no good just must not be very good chefs. The cook was voiced by Wendy Stike, a woman who Barbara just happened to have a conversation with one day and liked her voice so much she presented the offer to voice cook right then and there. The two would, as much of the team working on the show, become very close friends that stayed in touch right up to the end of Barbara's life. We'll get back to this. Silverstein stitching. The work shot behind the creation of the puppets were tasked with bringing Barbara's novel illustrations to life. Many formats, such as rod puppets and stop motion, were considered before the choice was made to use primarily marionettes for the central cast of human characters. The puppets' bodies were carved out of wood and stood around 20 inches tall, though the height, of course, depended on the character. The marionettes were strung on wires and operated by puppeteers from a bridge that sat above the stage. There were many unique puppets made for the show, and the puppet builders and wranglers were given plenty of opportunity to experiment with different materials to decorate and dress them, something that led to Dorothy's signature yarn hair. What made these marionettes special from a technical standpoint was the electronic component that allowed their mouth movements and facial expressions to be controlled in time with pre-recorded dialogue, powered by a solenoid hidden in the puppets' heads. This feature took much trial and error to perfect, and on the day, Patty Greenbale and Matthew Pollock, lead puppeteers at Silverstein who were in charge of overseeing puppet construction for Dorothy Doo, finally managed to get it to work correctly. Barbara literally jumped for joy. For those unaware, typically a marionette with eye or mouth movement would have those features be controlled through the use of a string similar to the limbs. The string is attached to the facial element inside the head, and the puppeteer would control it by pressing or pulling against the string. This electrical aspect allowed the puppeteers to focus on the characters' movements during scenes, putting their energy into the acting rather than controlling both body and facial expressions at the same time. Non-human characters such as Seabiscuit and Brightfin were different, however. Made more so in line with Silverstein's typical foam and fabric constructions, their bodies' base would be built out of a flexible foam and covered with fur, fleece, felt, or other fabrics to give them an animal-like feel. They were controlled by hand and rod, with the puppeteers hidden behind or below the set. While some might try to hide the puppetiness of a puppet made for television, Barbara adored and encouraged the artists to lean into the fact that they were handcrafted. Obvious seams and wooden texture were visible among the characters just as they had been in the novel's illustrations. Dorothy and his friends' wooden joints and grain limbs were proudly displayed and gave the puppets a certain charm. The historian, who didn't have a voice segment in this article and was stated to know the one true history of the world. The historian often was not the sole source of information about the areas Dorothy visited. In fact, he often did not know much at all about these places. What made him even more interesting was that he asked the people living there for their history and would quietly write down their accounts and knowledge, only piping up to ask for clarification and deeper insight. As revealed in the book series, the historian was driven from his home country, a land set upon a giant book, which claimed to hold the key to the true history of the world. It is not known what country this would be. Studying in their academies, he proposed a deviation from the true history of the world and was promptly exiled. With a bounty on his head, Dorothy would rescue him and become good friends, after which they parted ways only to meet again and again as they explored the world. The historian was also voiced by Jared Pott, who had voiced both characters up until his death from natural causes during season 6 of the show. This, along with the wariness gained from working on the animated film, was another contribution towards Barbara, making season 7 the final season of the series. So,
one day we will all become history, and there are those who will cling to the lever trying to pull it backwards. But eventually, the turn becomes too strong to withstand longer. Yes, back home, was it? I'm afraid I must have misplaced my notes, but I would be happy to tell you about it someday, Dorothy. History is just one of many places. So, Dorothy, my boy, I ask you this. When history moves forward, what happens to everything before? Do those places still exist? Can they be revisited? I wouldn't recommend it, but it's interesting to think about, yes? Yes. By my estimates, this statue has been here for 4 centuries. But I'm not a geologist, so why are you asking me about it? Take care and stay well, Dorothy.
I just want to reread this one for emphasis. Captain Cadaver, the bane of the deep blue. Captain Cadaver was a character so ferocious that she scared an entire generation of children and parents alike. She was an evil pirate. And here's Captain Cadaver. In her first show appearance, the character would enter the plot mid-episode in a sudden shift of tone that was extremely startling for viewers. She would nearly defeat Dorothy before being hurled into the sea by Seabiscuit. Following this, Barbara would receive a great deal of pushback from critics, pressuring her to remove the character from the show. However, the author refused to comply with their demands. Barbara has gone on the record stating that she felt, although the character was scary, she was an inseparable facet of Dorothy's story. This reflected her refusal to tone down her literary works for the sake of comfort, which made the series popular in the first place. Captain Cadaver would appear in the first book of the Deep Blue series in pursuit of the historian, hoping to collect the bounty on his head. After being outsmarted by Dorothy, she would swear vengeance and reappear again and again to menace Dorothy until their showdown in the final novel of the series. In the books, Cadaver resented the term pirate, refuting anyone who called her as such and explaining in the first novel that she was a former pioneer of the world. However, according to legends recounted to Dorothy by other characters, the origin of Cadaver was that of a former British Navy officer from a country that, in this series, had long sunk beneath the waves. Surviving by some supernatural force, Captain Cadaver would continue to sail the world, growing older and more twisted over the years until she became less of a person and more of a monster whispered about in frightened tones. It is unknown who voiced Captain Cadaver. However, rumors are that Barbara herself took the role. Whenever Cadaver appeared in the show, always silliness left the scene. There was no room for jokes or lightheartedness when the character was around, and even Dorothy would occasionally cower in place. This was something Barbara was extremely strict about. In the books and show, Cadaver would travel in a single rotting boat, encrusted with jewels and gold. She would pollute the water wherever she went, as shown in her art. She regularly collected body parts to add to herself. As mentioned before, in the show she would simply be thrown overboard, never to be seen again. In the books, however, she would battle Dorothy at the edge of the world and fall into the water. At which point she was accosted by ancient fish hooks and nets from the past. They would tangle in her legs and arms before dragging her to the bottom of the ocean, but not before she promised that Captain Cadaver's puppets were perhaps the most convoluted designs to work with during the show's production. Her many limbs and moving parts required multiple puppeteers to control in order to avoid crossed wires. And to get more precise movements involving her were filmed a little slower than normal, later sped up ever so slightly during editing. Cadaver had two different puppets, one marionette like the rest of the human cast, and one wooden hand and rod controlled puppet that was much larger to make her scenes rising out of the waves feel overpowering and intimidating.
Dorothy Doo, is it? Why don't you just hand over that historian and we can part ways? I hail from a great empire, now sunken beneath the waves. I am no pirate. I am a woman of the finer things. I'll pursue you by boat and sail and hook and net across the deep blue until I sink a dagger in you, Dorothy Doo. Though my country has fallen, I will dredge this boat through the earth for all time. And at the hour of peace, I will burst into the proceeding to slit the throats of all who dare speak the name of Hand in Hand. I will tear the flag of justice from the precipice of the world and wear it on my shoulders. The years of reconstruction tattering in the wind and laughing in the mouth of those who thought they could be more than the kind of creature that I am. My ship will pollute the water with the blood of many countries. And the blood will stretch vein like a root, like to every corner of the world, killing all in its wake. My hair is a golden sail that signals pestilence, and the disease brought on boots and dripped from bloody scabbards. When I kill a man, I dip my hat in his blood. Gives it such a wild and vibrant color. In time, I will untangle myself and rise again.
Why did you all wake me up? I don't get it. Wasn't it enough before?
Here, all of these actors have their faces hidden. Like obviously all the actors have been hidden on this page. They weren't mentioned in the articles. The puppeteering techniques weren't mentioned either and were reduced to it was magic. Because that's how we all know that's how art gets made. It's magic. It's magic made by wizards. Normal people can't make art because no, normal people can't make art. You have to be a wizard or an artist to make art. But it is odd. On this page, only one of the actors have their faces censored by the Mass Foundation logo. And I feel like with all the exposition we've done so far and the hidden secrets that lead up to this, I think you can form your own opinions on why that is. So, this is a Cook's voice actor. Just letting you look at this photo for a bit.
You want more of what will never be more. go back to bed. Let me go back to bed. Let all of us go back to bed.
Hey, aren't we forgetting someone?
This place is so unfamiliar. It's wet, it's dark, and from every ceiling hangs fish hooks and nets. From the corners of my eyes I see figures with white shirts skirting around the stage and between the wall props. I'm shivering, and I dread what has yet to begin again.
So, there's that. We have this page now. Gray clouds. How do we get to it? Well, we know which characters go to which symbols, and we know that what symbols equal which number, and thus we know which character correlates to which number. Now, you might see this and think, oh, this is a code. It's right here out in the open, so I'm going to use this. But if you did this, you'd find that it wouldn't work. So, what you actually want to do is look at the characters here. Dorothy, Seabiscuit, Cook, Lydiker, Map Keeper, and Brightfin. So, the code for this is going to be, just a minute while I do some writing. 306-285. Whoa! This is a character who wasn't even mentioned on the cast and crew page. Mr. Gray, the best friend of Dorothy Doo. Mr. Gray, that's odd. The articles before all say that Seabiscuit was the best friend of Dorothy Doo. Mr. Gray was the main narrator and framing device for the Dorothy Doo show. An ordinary lighthouse keeper, he would start each episode from his lighthouse, musing on places in the world and wondering where his sailor friend Dorothy might be on this day. The camera would then zoom out of the lighthouse to focus on Dorothy's boat on the ocean. The lighthouse stood at the center of the world, and its light stretched across the entire ocean. Even on the foggiest night, it would cut through the dark murk. Mr. Gray would always keep the lighthouse running, and as such was the most important character in this world. Being a constant source of safety and an anchor for those who lost themselves at sea. Of the characters in the show, he stood out for being the only human actor. He was a character created for the show, as in the books, the lighthouse stood on its own, and if there was a keeper behind it, no one ever knew. The life of a lighthouse keeper was generally one of much isolation and loneliness. Luckily, Mr. Gray had many friends who could visit his lighthouse island in times of need. Whether that need was safety, guidance, extra supplies for ocean faring, or simply a nice chat, the puppets could always rely on Mr. Gray. At the end of episodes, Barbara herself would appear for a short fireside chat with Dorothy to discuss what he had learned on his adventures that day. These scenes took place inside Mr. Gray's cozy lighthouse living quarters, although Mr. Gray himself did not appear in these scenes. Mr. Gray was portrayed by Ken Wendell, a longtime friend of Barbara met while traveling the ocean. The two would become fast friends, and when the time came for the Dorothy Dew show to be made, he was the first actor brought on board. Mr. Gray's presence in the show was heavily contested, both in its time and in present day. So, we're going to see what the Mass Foundation is hiding. So, this is Mr. Gray. And I think we all know why he wasn't included. I'm not going to be smug or say it out loud, but, you know. One more thing on here, this page.
I'm so tired. Just let me go back to sleep, please. I'm begging you. Barnacles and clams litter the floor in unnatural numbers, and from polished floorboards seawater sloshes in and out with the churning of the tide. The water creeps up my feet and to my ankles, biting at them like a many-numbered shoal of sharp-toothed fish. From above, spotlights illuminate the stage in sickly white light that boils the water and makes it scream in hissing, salty cries that resemble the howls of seagulls and the great albatross. From the audience clap a great number of people I used to know but no longer recognize in personality or form. All around me sailors dance in stilted, forced motion with great wires leading up to nothing. I look up and see nothing. There is no longer any great hand. There is nothing. There is nothing but the great yawning blackness of the sky that reaches up unnaturally past the ceiling and into nothing, from which great strings spiral and fall in tandem with the fishhooks and the nets.
So there's this, and we'll get back to this later. But first, Dorothy is just describing what is happening to him. He's not trying to tell you anything. He's just saying what is happening. So, on these pages are several texts, and we're not going to read these because there is 10 of them, and but I will give you a short description. They all mention Ian Penny's friends, his Halloween party. All 10 of these mention people from various walks of life. Some are artists, excited to see the special Lost cartoon that Ian is going to be showing at his Halloween party. But a lot of them are just people who happen to show up to the party, friends of friends. They all describe history, turning points. They all cut off suddenly, usually describing seeing something beautiful, hearing something beautiful, the music changing, the walls turning white, the atmosphere shifting, and then they suddenly cut off. And we do know from Penny's update blog that everyone died that night, but she doesn't tell us how. And we don't know the details of what exactly went down at the party. We've only gotten a little bit into it from these many descriptions, which you can find here. You can find on the homepage by clicking these. Some of these have descriptions of characters. Some of them are in the banners. On the About Us page, they are in the sidebars. And the last one is on if it has to do with the party. I think we all know which character we're going to have to investigate. In fact, every update you might want to visit this page just to see. So, Miss Hecate. This audio is the only one in this whole website you can download. Up until now, this audio hasn't worked in the past updates. We'll get back to this. This is an image. Come celebrate Ian White's Halloween party. Another locked page? Well, I will now show you how we unlock this page. You download this, and we're going to upload it to a spectrograph. Spectrogram. Showing something. We're gonna So some audio players will show you different ones. If you adjust this correctly, this is Percy Fawcett, 1867 to question mark, question mark. Percy Fawcett was an archaeologist and explorer of South America. He disappeared in 1925 during an expedition to find an ancient lost city which he and others believed existed in the Amazon rainforest. So, we now have our code. 1925. Whoa, you're here early, pal. Way too early. Me and the team are still setting up for the big event. Don't worry, though. You can chill out in the living room until then. Grab a drink. Prepare yourself to see something wonderful. You click this, and it downloaded something.
Something wonderful. Special. The party. Something wonderful. The party.
Now, we still need to unlock Penny's blog. There is a character who can help us though, and that is our noted code master, Winerva, who last update helped us find puzzle solves. This update, she has a couple words of advice for us. Most of this is for the Dorothy puzzles, but for this one, oh, that Penny, always changing the keys to her crying corner. Regardless, my advice remains the same. A different path this time, but the path to other secrets will be the solve. So, we have gotten a couple codes, and the code for for Penny's blog is going to be the code to Mr. Gray's page. Which is to say the code is 306 285. How do I even begin to describe my visit to the Mass Foundation's Dorothy Do exhibit? So much happens and my mind is still reeling. Not only from that, but also from the twists and turns taken to releasing a very sorry excuse for an update. Let's back up a bit. When I first got the invitation to the exhibit, I was ecstatic. To be honest, it's been many months since I last was invited anywhere, and if you are anyone who knows anyone, you know the Dorothy Do fan club. I was a little foggy about the Mass Foundation, admittedly, but I knew that Emma had brought them up a couple times in the past. A big historical society, dedicated to the preservation of Barbara Massey's assets and history. A really big deal. I'm sure I'd even seen word in the news of them conducting outreach programs after natural disasters once or twice. So when I got the letter, my brain nearly burst out of my skull. I was thrilled and immediately got in touch with a representative, and from there, I even got to talk to someone on the upper staff. And they confirmed that the invitation was legitimate and that they would pay for my trip should I choose to attend. That was pretty impressive in itself. Even though I take the Ruby Red Line pretty much everywhere, there are still a lot of people who depend on cars to get where they need to go, and that form of travel costs a lot of money. So, regardless of myself not needing this, it was appreciated all the same. They asked if I had any friends I wanted to bring along, and Emma said no. I thought it would have been a great date idea, but she was backed up with work for the whole month and really needed to catch up on commissions. Well, what can you do, right? Regardless, I accepted the sponsorship proposal right away. The next Monday, I hopped on the Ruby Red Line and departed for what would be a very long and eventful day. The Red Line was warm and comforting as ever, the seats a little dirty but generally well looked after, and the windows rattled only a little as I watched the clouds and buildings pass by below me. I probably should have considered the weather. As I got closer to my destination, the clouds began to wrinkle up into gray sheets, and the sudden sound of rain tapping against the red shell exterior of the train startled me out of my meditative state. There was a mild chill that crept into the train too, which was not unexpected because the winters had been getting colder and colder every year. What surprised me was the presence within the train, which usually was well insulated enough to keep things warm and cozy. Regardless, I pulled my coat closer to myself and prepared my bag filled with note taking materials. As the train slowed down to a halt, I stood up and outside the window I saw a seagull lazily pecking at a worm on a bench. I'm not sure why this detail stood out to me, but, and I am rambling, sorry. I stepped off the train and braced myself against the wind and rain. Now, I'd never have been one to knock on another city or state for its differences, but I have never been to a place with a place that was this rainy and wet before. Which was probably the first indication of how the day was to go. Why did this place have to be so rainy and wet? Regardless, I made my way to the history exhibit building, doing my best to make out instructions from a soggy, wet map that threatened to tear apart with each raindrop pelting it from the steel gray clouds above. See. Making my way inside the building, I was immediately assailed with a smell of cleaning materials and perfume. I had been told later that this was I'd be told later that this was a preventative measure taken to protect the gallery materials, which all sat in cases and set within the blue-gray walls. At the front entrance, I was greeted by a very old and polite-looking woman who introduced herself and took my rain-drenched invitation before handing it back, assuring me that she'd been expecting my arrival. That the museum coordinators had let everyone on staff know ahead of time. Startled but thankful for the assurance, I sat at the bench by her table. I absent-mindedly watched her write in her ledger for several minutes. Eventually, my eyes drifted around the museum entrance, thinking about how I'd never seen a museum so blue. The walls were the deepest blue imaginable, feeling like something more fitting for an aquarium instead of a historical exhibition. I sat there, my eyes tracing the patterned contours of the marble columns, and trying to determine why the patterns felt so familiar. I was snapped out of my trance by a very young woman, wearing a white button-down shirt and tan khaki pants. She had a blindingly white smile that matched her blonde hair and seemed distinctly out of place amongst the blues of the building. The young woman introduced herself as Kelly, and stated she had been assigned as my tour guide. Kelly was cute, but very much not my type. And as she took my hand in hers, strike one, didn't even ask first, she led me through the opening hall of the museum, talking about how old, how important, how historical this building itself was, that had been built in 1998, which didn't seem that old to me, but I didn't want to be rude. My tour guide would quickly lead me into the main exhibit, ignoring my meek comments about wanting to read the information plaques affixed to the wall with a dismissive, "You're not supposed to read those. They're for decoration." Not wanting to be rude, I went along. I'm not a museum coordinator, but even to me, the exhibit seemed oddly organized. I use the word organized very generously here. It felt more like walking through someone's personal collection, with trinkets crammed onto any surface they could fit on, illuminated by two bright lights that washed everything out and made my eyes water. First edition hardcover prints of the Dorothy Doo novels stood on display out of order next to a jumble of Well comics and the Little Golden Storybooks. Ceramic plates and mugs and cookie jars decorated shelves alongside plastic lunchboxes and thermoses. In one section, there was a blue Christmas tree covered in Dorothy Doo ornaments, and I'm still not sure if that was a seasonal thing they hadn't taken down from December or if it was a permanent display. There were PVC character figurines, mannequins dressed in children's costumes, dolls and action figures, greeting cards, novelty postage stamps, a sea biscuit shaped piggy bank, Sealy Bank, and a stationary music box with a little Dorothy that I assume must have spun and sang when the key was wound. At some point in the labyrinth, there was a hallway full of old letters and goodies from the original Dorothy Doo fan club. I really would have loved to linger here, read some of the letters to and from Barbara Massey, but Kelly rushed me along, so the most I could take in were the pictures on old button badges and magnets. There was no end to the memorabilia. Dorothy's cheery face smiling at me from every angle. I really did try to focus on the exhibits. I really did, but between second long glances at the exhibits before being rushed off along to the next, the noxious smell of cleaning supplies, and the increasingly annoying sound of my guide's voice, it was very much a struggle to retain any information. And as I walked through a ridiculously large exhibit, I began to realize something. Something I hadn't realized because I'd been so busy drowning out Kelly's voice and distracting myself by looking around or thinking. Forcing myself to focus and pay attention to what Kelly was saying became instantly clear this woman had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. She gave out incorrect dates. She got names wrong. She listed pop culture facts that were nothing more than made up internet stories, such as, "Did you know Barbara would base Whittaker off her husband who died in the war?" Or, "Barbara had a dog who was hit by a car, and that's why she made Seabiscuit. Isn't that such a creepy and sad fact?" Barbara didn't have a dog. Barbara never married anyone, much less a man. As I tried my very best not to pipe up and correct Kelly, I didn't want to be rude. I became distinctly aware that I was one of the only people inside the gallery. Aside from the method actors dressed up in mock sailor and colonial era outfits, there were no other people here. Had they scheduled me for a low activity day? The blue walls in the museum closed in together, their unusual dampness biting at my clammy, nervous hands. There were also a large amount of decorational flowers placed around the building, presumably to try and account for the smell. White roses and cotton lilies stood in turquoise vases, arranged lazily in a garish manner. At one point, I felt so overstimulated that my hands nearly went numb, or that might have been from Kelly's tight grip. I tried to steady myself by thinking of other things, like the visit I took to the R.W. Winfield Library. That did help me a little. My breathing back to normal, I was slightly startled when Kelly led me out of the main area and into a small office room, presumably reserved for management and paperwork related to keeping the exhibit up and running. Books about cowboys and sailors littered the shelves, along with newspaper clippings celebrating the opening of the exhibit. There were no windows, yet curtains hung from the walls all the same, patterned with seashells and algae. The man in the office leaned dutifully over his paperwork, looked up and enthusiastically introduced himself, shaking my hand vigorously and asking if I had enjoyed my time at the exhibit. Not wanting to be rude, I said it had been wonderful, that I had been very grateful to have gotten to visit. Appeased by this, he asked how much I knew about the Mast Foundation, if I had ever considered becoming a member, and if my family would ever want to visit in the future. To all questions, I politely navigated the best I could, trying to keep eye contact and not seem rude. Then I, desperate to change the subject, asked about the sponsorship. He had clapped his hands together and told me he'd been reading my articles for some time, that he adored Dorothy ever since he was a child, and that, in the digital age, he felt I'd be an invaluable helper in continuing the legacy of teaching others about Barbara's work, in keeping and helping to keep the fan club active. He wanted me to write an article about the characters from the show, and he had wanted the update to focus on the show specifically, although he understood if I included a few articles in the mix, just as long as Dorothy was the main focus. I had agreed, shaken his hand once more, and tried to look like I was running as I left the building and hopped on the next train back home. When I got back, I tossed my waterlogged raincoat onto the sand and tried to steady my nerves. Despite my visit being so unpleasant, it would have been rude to turn down the sponsorship. I had convinced myself the visit hadn't been nearly as bad as I'd thought. I must have just caught them on an off day. So over the next several weeks, I hunkered down and researched my ass off, calling references and taking notes, double-checking stories, and learning all I could about puppeteering techniques with the help of Emma, of course. At the end, I had a document that ranged about 4K words, a slightly bulky article to be sure. However, as I sent it in for a review from the Mass Foundation, I felt proud of the work I had done. And then, after weeks of waiting for a response, I finally heard back from them with a single-word email with the document I'd sent attached. Revisions, it had said, yet the proper word might have been embellishments. It made me so angry, but it would have been rude not to listen to their feedback. In the end, the article was published, and hopefully I will never have to hear from them again, because I don't want them touching my site. I suppose I'd gotten so lucky in my interactions so far that the thought of a bad experience didn't even seem possible. I'm hoping that in the future, once their eyes are off me, I can publish the full article I had prepared. I'll keep it safe here until that day arrives. And that is the end of the update. So, what have we learned in this update? Well, we've learned that the Children of America, the Mass Foundation, and the new Dorothy Doo fan club all seem to be tied together, with the COA at the top, as the head of the snake, as so you'd say. We've learned that the COA is American, is located in America. We've learned that they are trying to, well, we don't know what they're trying to do yet, but we know a bit about their ideology now. We know that they buy up a small little town and take over all the businesses there. We know that they censor and whitewash and sanitize history under the pretense of being people that preserve history. And we also know that Jane, at some points, was indoctrinated into the cults in a time of extreme emotional distress. Um, we don't. We know that she detransitioned to join out of desperation to fit in and belong and have safety and not be homeless or in an abusive household. Um, we also have learned, and it is implied, that she is the one who led the COA to Penny's site, which led to them reaching out to Penny. And we don't know if that was out of malice, a former sentimentality, although it is probably both, twisted together. We know that Dorothy is implied to be a gender fluid character. We now know that there was a live actor involved in the show that was very controversial. His inclusion was so controversial that the cults had that hidden behind a separate layer of the other actors. We also know that Dorothy is awake now, and all he can seem to do is talk to us and recount what is happening to him. We know that Belliup has met a new friend, and time will tell how that goes for him. We also have a message from the party that happened years ago in which everyone died. And all they can say to Penny is, you missed the party, you missed out on history, you weren't there, why weren't you there? You missed history. And also, the page with the party on it it's filled with jungle imagery. Everyone's dressed up as a bloodsucker. This is guys dressed as a vampire, mosquito, a jungle explorer. In the background are colonialist butchers and murderers in a giant collage. What does this all mean? Well, I can't say, but I'm very excited for future updates and to share with you all what the team is working on. And I'm very grateful that you all have been engaging with our work and checking out the amazing art everyone's been doing. And speaking of, I would just like to go through this project info. First of all, this banner, the new banner that you can see on the character page, was drawn by Time Woods. You can find Time Woods on Twitter, and I'm going to be reading all these names as a thank you for everyone who helped out. We are going to be going over everything everyone did on the site. So first is Squeaks de Corrier, voice of Maisie the Mutt.
Well, ain't that a coinky doink? Maze of the Miracle Mite at your service.
Cloverbug is the voice of Miss Hecate. Vanessa Benoit, the voice of Miss Hecate and Straw Betty. Raggedy Treesap, voice of Beatrice B.
Oh, with just a droplet of my Bartleby brand nectar, the most tasteless meal becomes a delectable entree. With a honeyed hum and a whoop-de-doo, Bartleby's brand provides for you.
Salem Pie, the voice of Miss Hecate. Nolan David, voice of Dorothy Dew and Brightfen.
Greetings. I am Dorothy Dew, America's favorite sailor. Remember, kids, sleep 8 hours at sea and keep one eye open.
Squeepy, the voice of Molly Molly. Show the Show, voice of Seymour Taffador, and the voice of the announcer and the Troy Beauty PSA. Grapefruit, voice of Winerva Woeful. Nathan Wagner, voice of Telelectric and Hang Glider. And I'm going to be going through all of these. Yeah. Danilo Mosiani is the voice of the cook. Other Buttons, voice of Captain Cadaver. Adam Shelton, voice of Seabiscuit. William Knight, voice of Captain Lideker. Amy Lee, voice of the Mapkeeper. Captain Antpez, voice of the Historian. Synthetic Charm VA, additional voices for the party tape. Nora Synth, voice of Dorothy Dew, Update 1. Mimoto, upcoming VA. Sushi Cat, .png, artist, puppeteer, writing, web dev, props, puppet maker, and makeup. Nathan Frost, Telectric Christmas ad. Uncanny Villa, decorations, mazy cartoon backgrounds. Coins a lot. Telly Toaster poster, Beatrice model sheet. Cookie-shaped rat, Beatrice factory garden poster and editing. Unsoundish, audio engineer and music. Conkeys, Bartleby factory tour materials. Gardelower, Maisie Halloween blog update art. Pesky Plumbers, Maisie picture book, Hecate drawing, Milford Sykes art book. Laxland, decorations, Beatrice paper ads and cells, and Beatrice animation. Stanley Garfield phone, artists, Molly Molly blog photos. Zombie, artist, promotional art, Hecate cigarette poster, and Troy Brands poster. Colorful Plague, Beatrice original model sheet. Misfit Toys, Dorothy Dew cast concept art. Infinite Style, Lancer and the Inkwell comics. Kenneth Ramey 18 Beatrice stop motion model. Blank Boyo Maisie and Hobble the Hound poster. Maisie and Hobble comic. Lori Fay editing. Cloudy Sunflowers. Logos, signs, cook and map keeper model sheets. Corduroy Jones Confection Scary web dev. Candy Hecate painting. DXKJF Helena product art, Helena picture book, and Hecate model sheet. Fig Philosophy Dorothy Dumask. Roxy Red Z Puppet 2.0 A Woman in Her Thoughts painting. Lonely Apparition decorations and promotional art. November Garts Dorothy Do re-release book cover. Silly Symbol Dorothy Do concept painting, decorations, Dorothy Do comic covers. Tiani art to be announced. Artsy typo goal gal. Molly found footage art and Winerva poster. Wizard Z Wiz, Imaginarium artist and Belliup blog writer. Ramen Bun TBA. Johan 199, decorations, promotional art, Straw Betty 3D model. L Ashes, Troy Beauty PSA and COA PSA. Squid Killer, artists, Brightfin Concepts and storybook page. Cloudvidi, TBA. Mibly, 3D artist, TV room creator. Jibber Jabber, editing. Livy, Dorothy Do picture books. Toddy Audie 99, artists, posters, Jane invite photo. Time Woods, character banner artist, Dorothy postcard. Eldritch Valley, Helena Troy art. Kindest Egg, alt text. F. Marlowe Troxler. Molly Props, puppeteer. Sun Squiggles, Dorothy Do playset and alt text. Abelia Grace, Molly puppeteer and photography. Photograph resources came from Pexels and Wikimedia Commons. Game and Burger, to be announced. Worm.com, Partygoer Sprites, and the Canary Sprite. Pear, to be announced. And Burntoon, who made the Maisie the Mutt doll. And a special thanks to Nick Nocturne for lending us his eyes and his feedback. So now, we're going to go through the archives one at a time. We won't be reading everything, but we will be looking at what everyone made. So, and I'll just be listing off who made what once more for clarity. So, this was by Blank Boyo. This is also by Blank Boyo. and Hobble. Yes, Maisie and Hobble the Hounds. One day we might return to Hobble. We'll just have to see. This art was by Coines. And the radio ad was by Nathan Wagner. And by, where did I put those? Unsoundish. This album was created by Misfit Puppet. This painting was made by Silly Symbol. Symbol. It is. It's one of the earliest things made for the project, and it's gorgeous. Lantern the Inkwell comic, made by Infinite Style. Botanical Garden poster, made by Cookie Shaped Rat, aka Leo. Beatrice animation cells and animation were created by Laxland, once again. Hecate Cigarettes poster created by Pell, aka Zombie, spelled with a 0. That's my dog, sorry. Paper ads created by Laxland. Strawberry concept art by Johan199. Maisie the Mutt dress-up doll, made by Burntoon. Slishy slasher art made by someone named Murphy, some sort of mutt. Library poster made by Infinite Style of Winnie. Bartleby Brands radio ad made by Unsoundish. And Conkeys created these Bartleby Brands factory tour materials. Dorothy Do Comics, the original run, created by, once again, by Silly Symbol. Bartleby Brands factory poster made by Cookie Shaped Rat. Maisie storybook pages made by Pesky Plumbers. Miss Hecate model sheet made by DXKJF, also known as Worm. Beatrice's Sugar Spectrum model created by Kenneth Ramey, 18. Dorothy Do Halloween Mask, made by Fig Philosophy. Beatrice B.E. Model Sheet, made by Plague. Lancer Comics, once again made by Infinite Style, who has done all the Lancer comics. Millie Moonbeam redesign made by me. Infinite Style really understands the shape of Lancer. He draws that shape so good. Pesky Plumber created this artwork. Slishy Slasher art created by Jane Rell. Beatrice Paper Doll created by Plague. Telelectric poster made by myself, and Telica Innovations radio ad made by Unsoundish and Nathan Wagner. Millie Moonbeam drawing made by myself. Maisie design proposal. And this is one of the art pieces that I feel like we didn't really know what to do with. And thinking about it, I kind of wish we had made it like a juice box container, because doesn't it have that kind of color scheme to it? I don't know how to explain it, but I could see it as like a cover of a juice box. But this was drawn by Pesky Plumbers once again. Maisie Painted Pumpkin, created by myself. This thing is still on my back porch, and it hasn't rotted yet. I don't know. It's just Maisie's powers, I guess. Hollowed Halls poster, made by Artsy Typo Gal. Woman in Her Thoughts, created by Roxy, Red Puppets 2.0. Gorgeous. Roxy's use of textures and brush strokes and line art, it is something really special, and it creates this floaty, dreamlike quality to the art that is created. Maisie the Mutt sketches, created by myself way back in 2020. Not the original Maisie, but some of the early sketches of her. Dorothy Do VHS, created by Cloudy Sunflowers. Cloudy Sunflowers handles a lot of the logo and typography work in our projects, and has, for 3 updates now, created some amazing work. This is probably one of the most well-known pieces of art from our project because it is the thumbnail in the Nightmind coverage stream video. And rightfully so, because it's a very impactful visual. Dorothy Do Comics, also made by Silly Symbol. Hecate Painting, created by Candy. Red Ribbon Club, created by myself. Originally for the Stars in Blue storybook, and now for this project. I like reusing art that I've drawn in the past for the project. I don't see any reason not to. Besides maybe that if someone wanted was like, oh, this showed up in the past, that's breaking my immersion, but I don't really think that would happen. But I love reusing stuff. Even for this update, I reused the Dorothy mask. In the background of the TV room because I thought it would fit with the tone of the mass foundation digging up something that was dead. Lancer comic, once again created by Infinite Style. And I gotta say, I love Infinite's use of texture work and brush strokes and hatching. It's really gorgeous. And you also notice that Lewis, much like some artists, would label his work to make sure people got what he was depicting. Which happens more often than you'd think in newspaper comics. For example, Biffo. Biffo the Bear, in those comics, one of the artists that worked on him loved to label everything in their comics. Winnie sketches by myself. And I'd say that Winnie has the least amount of art on this archive, and that's very intentional. Honestly, I think she's the most neglected character on this website. And that's not by accident. Dorothy Deuce storybook page by Squid Killer. Mutual many years. Very cool person. And I just love the texture work on this. It's gorgeous. And the line art is also amazing. It absolutely is to me as well. Coinez made this wonderful Beatrice model sheet, and I gotta say, what makes this believable to me as an animated model sheet is the squash and stretch with the face for Beatrice. Like, it really sells like the motion and visual acting of that time period of traditional animation where like the character's face would change shape depending on how they're feeling. Land of Shapes and Fractals by myself. Also for the Stars and Blue storybook. There is a ton of art I made for that book, and it will all be used here whenever Jane comes up because I am gradually migrating our previous project into Pendog Creative Library. And eventually I'm hoping to host it here, but I'll keep it up on the old card just in case something happens. Not that it should, I hope. Maisie the Mutt Zoetrope by Laxlands. Laxland does the most of almost anyone in this project, and you should be following them, like, right now. If you aren't, what are you doing? Like, you might not see all of it, but Laxland does so much stuff behind the scenes, preparing for later stuff, that go give him a follow. Dorothy Do Drawing by Misfit. I keep forgetting how much is on this archive from the first update, because we kind of came out swinging in the first update, just to make sure that it was believable that this site has existed long before launch. We had to make a ton of stuff to create that history on the site. And it was also kind of everyone getting our grounding, figuring out what worked and what didn't, and figuring out what kind of media we wanted to, like, specialize in. Also created by Plague. This edit was created by Salem, but the drawing of Beatrice was created by Plague. Red Riding Gloves poster, created by myself. I remember struggling so much to draw this poster because I just recovered from burnout. Because I hadn't drawn for like 3 months, maybe 2.5 months. I can't even remember now. And literally just drawing Maisie's eyes was like agony, but I'm glad that I'm out of that now. These backgrounds were created by Kilbents, also known as my good friend Kilbent, but I kind of get mixed up with usernames, unfortunately. It's kind of my curse. Uncanny Villa is their other name, but I know them as Kilbent. And I created the cells for this. Maisie the Mutt and Chopper art by myself. Hecate drawing by Pesky Plumbers. Oh, and this background art here was created by Zombie. The audio that's hidden down here was created by all 3 voice actors and Unsoundish. This Telelectric model sheet is created by Salem. Yes, but I'm not really playing audio right now. Just to keep the pace of things going. And because I play it all in the previous streams. Salem's really good at drawing Telly because I'll be honest, I drew Telly one time and I haven't been able to draw him since because I made a design that was unintentionally too hard for me to replicate on my own. So, I'm very grateful to Salem for making this model sheet. Hecate storybook made by Worms, aka made by DXKJF. The more a username is numbers and letters, the more unlikely I am to be able to name it off the top of the hat. But DXKJF created this gorgeous storybook for Hecate. And it was kind of it no, it was the main art that we used to promote the launch of the site. This art was in most of the promotional posts, just about everything. And for good reason, because it's really iconic. I also like it because Hecate looks so cute here and so wonderful. Amazing Telelectric safety posters by Salem. I wish I could print these out and put them on my wall along with most of the stuff created for the archive, but especially these posters. Like, they're so good. Yeah, it is kind of weird for me to look at these photos of Telly and Agony be like, this is so gorgeous. I want this on my wall. Oh, we're at the second update already. That's wild. Lantern Inkwell comic created by Infinite Style once more. one of the best tellies, honestly. Like, look at those hands, those jointed hands with knuckles, the fold of the eyelids, the amazing use of halftones. It's gorgeous. I think this is my favorite Lancer drawing ever, honestly. He understands the fluid shape of Lancer and his long, pointy snouts. Dorothy Dew and the deep blue poster made by Audie Toddy, who I believe started helping us with art in the second update. And what a blessing it has been to be able to work with them, I want to say. Yes, Audie has been an absolute blast to work with. Extremely versatile artist. And this update was kind of now that a couple months have passed, I'd say I'm happy with this update, but I definitely feel like we were struggling to find our stride in focus for the projects. You have a lot of different characters being posted with the very loose theme of beauty, but overall, this update definitely felt like us struggling to find our footing, and it didn't help that released just a month after the site launch. But I still think it's a good mini update. Us testing the waters with puzzles and other things. And writing, I'd say. Although that was definitely a big thing from the start. I think this update was the Creative Archives launch, was us all making a bunch of things separately. And this update was, okay, can we keep that momentum going and keep working as a team with a goal in mind beyond a bunch of separate articles? And this update, we knocked it out of the fucking park, I'd say. Dorothy Dew doll art. And honestly, if I had been remaking the update, going back in time, I would have saved this art for this update. Which I'm doing with art that's been done of other characters that we aren't ready to use yet. Such as Millie, which will feature next update. Instead of just posting art to pad out, I'd rather, from now on, keep the art thematically focused and be And that's my biggest issue, as I'm learning to be patient and not be like, well, I need them to see the art now because the art was made during this update cycle. If they don't see it, then that's bad. But no, I'm unlearning that. Hi, Sing Punctun. Another drawing by Jane, but IRL by me. Sorry, I needed to catch my breath. I've been talking a lot these past days, and I'm not used to it. Yeah, well, a lot of the old Slishy art was made during one of the worst periods of my life, so it kind of has an evil energy to it, I'd say. And that energy, I usually think of it as like black tar drowning and raining down on you. This art was created by Johan199. Really beautiful. And lore important. Extremely important to the story we're telling here. Johan's art is so good. I'm excited for the puppet update. The Beatrice puppet update, because I have a ton of stuff that I'd be hoping for their help on with that update. So honestly, this is like I don't want to call it a bomb, but like this is the first big experiment with physical props, I'd say, non-puppet physical props. Um, because we needed collaboration from the graphic design team, the art team, um, every single team at some point had their fingers on these, metaphorically. Salem's the only one who physically touched these, obviously. This was created with the help of Eldritch Valley, DXJKJF, Cloudy Sunflowers, Sushi, aka Salem. These business cards were made by Misfit Puppet. And I'm noticing on the credits page, there are some items I forgot to put under everyone's. Everyone has items they worked on listed under them, but there's so much on the site, I keep forgetting how much. There's just so much on the site. It's unbelievable sometimes. And they absolutely did. It's beautiful art made by Pell, aka Zombie. Combine the art in this was once again made by Eldritch Valley and DXKJF, and the posters were made by Salem. This art was by Eldritch Valley. The Love Blinders are a really iconic look for Helena. Honestly, a stroke of genius. Something that's interesting to me is it's kind of been proven in universe that companies are allowed to get away with straight up poisoning their customers. And obviously a mass death event, mass maiming events would have more pressure to punish someone for it. But I always kind of saw it as Bartleby Brands sponsored the ad, the PSA about Troy Brands, and that kind of indicates to me the only reason that Troy Brands faced any sort of consequences was because a bigger company put pressure on people in charge, and that's kind of scary to me. Like, no, we didn't there weren't any consequences because there was any justice in the world. There are consequences because someone with more money had an agenda, I guess. It's gorgeous postcards by Salem. It's gorgeous. I love this. I love the shading in this. It's so good. These amazing pamphlets. And more telly is always a good thing, in my opinion. I love seeing telly. Now, all the art in this update knocked it out of the park. And our guest artist, Liv, did an amazing job with these. Like, they're so beautiful. I love how Seabiscuit looks here. He's so cute. Um, this amazing art done by Misfit Puppets. And, I feel like other projects would have the temptation to make it all like rendered, colored art, but I it was very intentional to have these be paper drawings because that's how most art starts out when creating something. It's not finished, polished, rendered stuff. Also, because I think Penny was required to use materials from the Mass Foundation, and they didn't give her a lot to work with, so. And she wasn't allowed to use anything else. And it's more fun to see the incomplete thing, too, yeah? Like, it's always more interesting to me to see the concept art than the fully rendered thing. The map keeper and the cook paintings, I mean, concept art pages were done by Cloudy. The floaters and Captain Cadaver were done by a friend who is no longer online, but I got permission to use them in Dorothy's story. They just don't do art anymore. These ship drawings were also by Misfit, and need to point that out because it was so difficult to draw cars and ships. So I feel like those warrant their own separate. No. The Dorothy Do intro song was created by Unsoundish, um, Unsoundish and the Nifty Table, Nolan David. Um, it's beautiful. This book, the Photoshop was created by Audie Toddy, but the art was created by November Arts. And I really love it because a lot of art back then wasn't afraid of making your character look like a little thing. I don't know how to describe it, but he has that like impish quality to him in the art. that feels really authentic to the time. This is one of the big projects of the projects created by JoJo, aka, I just want to make sure, Sun Squiggles, but I know them as JoJo. The art is amazing, and the fact that this exists in the physical world now is also amazing. I love the way that Sun Squiggles draws hands and curves and tapers off their line art with little dots at the end of the line stroke, the brush stroke, and the way that the pupils breach the eye. It's really gorgeous. Their line art is so unique. So, fun fact, this image was cursed. I don't know what happened, but when Sun Squiggles took photos, one of them, aka this one, um, came out like this. As you can see, it's already desaturated, which is a hint at its evil nature. And when they sent it to me and I clicked on to expand it in Discord, it turned green/blue. Oh, that's scary, Toddy. Don't tell me that. Um, and then when I uploaded it stopped doing that, and when I uploaded it to Drive, I was like, okay, maybe it's just a Discord thing because you know how Discord can get with images. It does it all the time. And I look at the thumbnail in Google Drive later, and it is blue. But it hasn't turned blue since. So basically I'm saying this image is cursed. And it scares me. And my body might be found in the ocean soon, but hopefully that won't happen. This invitation was drawn by Time Woods, who drew the amazing banner for our site. They drew the Dorothy on this. Salem made the invite, the actual invite, but I really love the cartoon hatching that Time Woods employs with Dorothy. It's such good line art and it's such good hatching. Said as someone who gets scared by hatching because it never looks right when I try to do it. So seeing this, it's so cool. And Dorothy's face is so adorable. I love the way the eyes curve inward in an arch. And the shading on the palm of his hands, where the thumb connects into the main hand is beautiful. And I love how they've simplified Dorothy's lower body into this swooping shape that goes from the top here down to the knee. It's gorgeous. This art was by Coinas. This art is kind of meant to show the middle, well, the third to fourth half of Dorothy's life when he transitioned between a puppet to an animated icon. And you can see the animators trying to figure out how to adapt his puppet into how to update their design into the modern era. This was created. Sorry, I'm catching my breath. Okay, I've caught my breath now. Sorry, I've been talking for like 7 hours this week. I mean, on stream, you know? This was created by Nathan Frost. Really amazing stop motion animator, dabbles heavily in horror. You need to check out his works. This is a statement in the demands. It is not in an order. It's not a request. Now we can go around a couple of the pages and look at stuff, and I'm going to start answering any questions that might be had, but if they contain spoilers, I have the liberty not to answer them if I feel it would ruin the future updates. But if you have any clarifying questions you want to ask, I'd be very happy to answer them. I know we don't have many people in here right now, but I will say this is kind of a one-time only thing. Yeah, I'd be happy to answer it if it's not lore related. In fact, I encourage most of the questions to be that. Because that's a bit easier for me to answer and talk about than anything related to the story or characters. Also, here are these so cute site decorations made by Silly Symbol again. And this animated decoration made by Laxlands. And these banners, which you see on all of the pages, were made by Misfit Puppets. I forgot, the second update also focused on decorating the site and giving it a little bit more of a visual identity more. Let's see. I'm always happy to see OCs in the Pendog universe being made. I don't see well, I'm happy with people making OCs that interact with my characters. I don't see any reason why not. I'm okay with self-shipping. I'm okay with pretty much anything. Yeah, I don't see why not. You are more than welcome to make OCs. In fact, I would be honored that people would create OCs to exist in their fan works of my world. I'd be very flattered by that, actually. This decoration was made by Lonely Apparition. These very lovingly rendered decorations were made by Audie Toddy. These cute little I don't know what style they're called. But these little stickers were made by Sushi Cats, my partner. This animated sprite was made by Garfield Phone. The positive reception makes me feel unreal. I have a lot of trouble processing it sometimes. In a good way. It just kind of feels surreal that after years of bashing my head against the wall that things are finally moving, and not in people haven't noticed my work until now way. It's more in I haven't thought about telling my character stories this directly instead of implied through random art posted online for people to hopefully piece together, and instead, like, the fact that this is happening at all feels very surreal to me. And the fact that people are perceiving and talk about my project and characters without me being the one to prompt them, it feels really wonderful and a little bit overwhelming, honestly. And there is no limit on questions. I'm a yapper. Once I open up, I'm a bit slow to start talking, but once I start, you can't put the demon back in the can. Also surreal. Extremely surreal. And very honoring. Like, the fact that people would take the time to sit down and draw my characters, feels very surreal. Like, I never would have dreamed that it would happen. Fun fact about this effect, Salem put this effect on the Hecate image without me knowing, and it scared the shit out of me when I was editing her page before the site launch. Like, no, what it was people were commenting on it, um, people kept bringing it up on streams and in the server, being like, Has anyone noticed the Hecate bubbling? And, like, has anyone else noticed it? I'm like, what are you talking about? We never added any effect to the Hecate image. It's just pixelated. And then I checked it after the stream because it's too small to see when you're watching it on your phone, which is how I watch most streams. And I looked at it on desktop and I'm like, oh my god. So the whole time I was telling people, you're crazy, nothing's happening. And it turns out, yeah. Um, to answer your question, no, not really. It wasn't scary at all. It was reassuring that there are other people who believed in these characters as much as I believe in them and believe in the story as people believe as I believe in them. Um, so no, not really scary at all, honestly. These sprites, this canary sprite was made by worm.com. I just want to make sure because there's 2 worms in this project. This card was made by Audie Toddy. The writing in this was all done by, on the site, was done by me and my partner, and it unlocked this terrible realization that I kind of like writing a lot more than I like drawing. Words flow from my fingertips like water, and once I start typing, it's kind of hard to stop. Another animation by Laxland. We've already seen the one art of Wistful Wenny. There's Lancer. There's the eponymous Slushy Slasher, who is kind of a holdover and probably will continue to reappear in all of my works. She's just kind of like a reoccurring character. It doesn't matter what world, medium, or story it is. She somehow appears in a different time, in a different form, etc., etc. The puppets. Oh no, I forgot to show everyone the puppets photos you took, Salem. I'm sorry. We'll do it now, though. I think I know what you're asking. It was a bit tricky, but I think everyone working on this project comes from a place of being an animation nerd and entrenched in animation history. So it wasn't that hard. In fact, I think one of our greatest strengths in believability is that throughout a character's run, not all art of them looks the same. Which is a trap I feel like a lot of things trying to document cartoon history and make it feel authentic fall into is that all the art stays consistent from the first concept sketch of the character in fiction to the final appearance of them in history. So we kind of embrace change in the art styles as a natural part of the character's life cycle. And of course, sometimes we do have to go back to the drawing board because it doesn't feel right. But everyone's done an amazing job. Being able to have this many artists with wildly different styles, it's a dream come true. And that's why we are first and foremost a collaborative project with many guest artists. You get to see a lot of different artist perspectives. You get to see how they work, and it's really rewarding. I love this photo of Strawberry. Strawberry is so cute. She's the cutest puppet that Salem's made, besides Doodle. Like, look at her standing there. She's so cute. She's wearing her warmest winter coat. She is playing in the snow. Winerva. Voiced by Grapefruit VA. These animated icons were also done by Johan199. I believe Winerva was the final character added to the archive, but Slishy Slasher might have been that. I could be getting them mixed up, but and finally, we have Maisie the Mutt. This art was also done by Killbent. And trying to think of what else we can look over. There's the Imaginarium. We've already looked over the Molly images yesterday. I do make some of the music for the site, like what appears on this image. Oh yeah, we can look at my art. For sure, I guess. Here's a drawing of Millie, done by Jane. And here's the paper version of that. Um, Another drawing of Millie Moonbeam. Um, Funnily enough, I don't have that much to say about my own art. I can talk for hours about other people's art, but I don't really have a lot to say about my own art. This is one of Jane's. You know what? I will say we kind of have plausible deniability if anyone's ever like, how is Jane drawing in so many styles? How's she drawing in the design style that shows up in design and in UPA and in Rubber Hose? And we have plausible deniability in that I drew all those drawings, so it kind of goes to show just how many styles one artist can have under their belt. Here's some old doodles amazing. Blatant lesbianism from Penny towards Emma. This art was by, I just want to make sure I have this right. It's been a very long time. Gardaloa. This is actually homework from when I was in grad school taking a character design class. More posters and art by Audie. This art's by me. And this card was also by Audie. And is there anything we're missing? Hmm. I think I've kind of walked through all there is to give flowers to on the site. I could answer a few more questions before we end the stream, if anyone has any. But I also am feeling a little bit tuckered out since I've been kind of streaming all day, basically. Oh, that's easy. That's Jane. Jane is a very easy character to get into the headspace of, and I know exactly what she's thinking at all times. I also really excel at writing side characters, as you saw with the town and the party goers. I really like writing one-off characters and quickly whipping up their own life stories. Um, and just kind of following that stream of consciousness and seeing where their story ends up. Yes, Jane started off as a one-off, very minor character. She actually stood out and still stands out like a sore thumb against the other characters on the archives because she's the only like modern digital artist on. Yes. She only had a teeny tiny secret. She was more on there to have the slushy slasher be on the site because I wanted her on the site. And she actually started out very weak as a character. Well, not weak, but very out of place. But and taking Nightmind from feedback from Nightminds, I strengthened the connection between her and Penny. Um, I thought more about what she had to do with the story we were trying to tell, the themes we were trying to tell, and he said that she had the potential to become our greatest strength, and he was absolutely right. Because whenever this project gets brought up, people usually do talk about Jane and her slasher. Um, which is very humbling to me. I didn't expect so many people to relate to Jane. Even though she's done some and said some terrible things. Um, Now she acts as a through line. Her designs help do exposition for the themes of the update. She's kind of the human heart of the project. As we see her drift between all these awful, terrible things. Um, And if you compare that to a character I honestly wasn't really planning on doing much more than mocking Jane Penny's predicaments from her own little secret webpage. Yes, she's grown exponentially from her original intended role in the text. Let me think. I can take a couple, like just a few more questions. Okay. Well, if nobody else has any more questions, we might wrap up the stream now. I definitely enjoyed being able to answer this and talk and show off everyone's phenomenal, amazing work. Go to sleep, other buttons. You've been here all day. Thank you for attending. I really enjoyed it. Well, thank you everyone for spending this week with us, for being there for the update. If you're watching this later on the VOD, it's been really fun, and I'm really excited for the future. Take care.